Now for the next 30 minutes, As the World Turns. Brought to you by Instant Niagara and new Niagara Spray Starch, famous products of best food.
For your larger things, or when you have a lot to starch, use Instant Niagara with the exclusive washer starching method. Just pour Niagara into the washer. It's the only packaged dry starch that works this way. Niagara's deep, penetrating action gives long-lasting beauty to sheets, curtains, even slipcovers.
Here is a bulletin from CBS News. In Dallas, Texas, 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade in downtown Dallas. The first reports say that President Kennedy has been seriously wounded by this shooting.
November 22nd, 1963, a shot rang out, not from one but 3. Kennedy shot, the country screamed, the CIA playing us a permanent dream. No, no,
Berkeley.
Oh, doctor, I wonder if you could send up a little extra medication.
I gave it to Mrs. Lincoln.
Did you send extra?
Yeah, she has it on her desk.
I see.
We can get it up to you, up to your quarters.
No, I'm in my office. Has she got it?
Yes, she has.
What about one of those blue pills?
Oh, we can give her that too.
Okay.
She doesn't have that. I'll bring it right up.
The 1960s are going to be very changing years, so I think everybody should make the decision whether they want to move forward or whether they want to stand still. And we want to move forward.
Thank you very much, Senator John Kennedy, in your campaign.
Thank you very much.
Advice.
Do you feel that a person's youthful appearance might be a handicap to his candidacy for the presidency?
Well, of course, neither youth nor age are any guarantee of any wisdom. I've been in Congress for 13 years. In fact, I came the same year as the Vice President, Mr. Nixon.
Do you anticipate that Mr. Eisenhower will come into California to campaign personally for you?
Well, I would say this, that certainly he, as a part-time resident of California, would be more than welcome. I know that he has felt very strongly that I should make this race.
Barry Goldwater last week said that he felt the strongest Republican presidential ticket next year would be a Nixon-Reagan combination.
Well, I'm not a candidate. I'm not interested.
Went to the JFK thing today. What do you guys think did it? What was that? It's so hot here and miserable, I think he shot himself.
One man once died, but did you know that he could read all our minds? He was the U.S. Adam with Jack the wife. He was a hyper-charismatic telepathical knight. JFK, JFK.
Even though I'm better than you, I am not.
His parents were an academic team of elites. Their goal was to raise the future human supreme.
He smelled like the future.
His words felt like flowers.
And if you shook your hand, you'd make love with it for hours.
A list?
Let's. Soldier?
Check.
Flight?
True. Commie? No.
Rich?
Quite. And was he the true cousin of Sir Jesus Christ?
You fucking know he was, man.
Made love, read minds, went inside of more than half of mankind, let us down, but shit, how could we mind? He was a handsome devil, but the kind of devil you like. Wore suits, sometimes, started movies that appeared in our minds. He knew the secrets of all space and time, and if he liked you, he would tell you, but you had to unwind.
Know it, but you are full of stars.
He understands my shit,
said the short and the tall.
He saw a million faces and he sexed them all. I saw him heal a zebra.
I saw him love his wife. I saw him bless a demon and that demon changed its life. Some secrets never aired about the sex lord elect. Let us go back to the start.
When JFK was just specs, no one knew.
No one guessed.
Due to all of his flaws.
That the world's most human mofo
wasn't human at all. Fake man. Great stats, never sat to empty out all his crap. How could a program love and fuck so sweet? He was a hypersympathetic telepathic machine. JFK, JFK.
Man is still the most extraordinary computer of all, and women are even cooler. We'll wait now, and as soon as Mr. Nixon comes down, we will go to him for his statement.
Confessed. Now, Vice President Nixon.
I have a brief statement to make. In view of the nature of the statement, I would appreciate it if we would not go into any other questions at this time. President Kennedy yesterday wrote the final and greatest chapter in his profiles of courage. Today, millions of people throughout the world are trying to find words adequate to express their grief and their sympathy to his family. The greatest tribute we could all pay to his memory would be in our everyday lives to do everything we possibly can to reduce the hatred that drives men to such terrible deeds.
Just heard Richard Nixon, the former Vice President of the United States, in an extremely brief statement.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for coming by. It's a special night. A very special night. It's my favorite unofficial holiday.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys.
And thank you for sharing it with me. I know that I've gotten some of you interested, initiated, if you will, into this JFK assassination thing. And I feel like I might catch a few more of you in my net this evening. And if this is your first time here on a JFK stream, I try to do this every year. We celebrate. We celebrate the death of the Lincoln Squirrel.
Brockman with a special bulletin. The Lincoln Squirrel has been assassinated. We'll stay with the story all night if we have to.
All night. And we go back to the well. I think it's important that we go back to the well of the granddaddiest conspiracy of them all. Before there was a 9/11, there was a JFK. I think it's important that we take it back. We take the conspiracy back from the boomers, lest it be lost forever. For boomers write the history, and they've boomerfied all of the JFK assassination conspiracy with their boomer bullshit. There's just some things that we in the future have the privilege of, with our foresight and knowledge, and case in point, one need look no further than the last few years and some of the strange weird things that have gone on. And if you kind of understand how they did things then you can kind of work out how they do things now. But you never will if you only listen to boomer conspiracies, because their boomer minds can't conceive, oh, well, the CIA couldn't have been doing body doubles and body swapping, and I don't mean in the Kate Bush variety. Or maybe I do. Be running up that road, be running up that hill, they're running down Elm Street, they're running up the grassy knoll, switching identities, yoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. And they're boomer minds, they can't conceive of it. Therefore, we must rely on these things that were put and penned down and dreamed up, and also, might I add, completely infiltrated by disinformation, which we will talk about this evening. What if it's all just to lead you astray? What if this guy, this Lee Harvey Oswald guy, it's pretty weird that you just shake a leg and all these weird things all these strange people just seem to fall out. But their boomer minds can't conceive of what if What if Lee Harvey Oswald never existed? What are you talking about?
I got a paper trail to prove it. Check this out. Take a look at this. Jesus Christ. That right there is the mail. Now let's talk about the mail. Can we talk about the mail, please, Mac? I'm dying to talk about the mail with you all day, okay? Pepe Sylvia. This name keeps coming up over and over again. Every day, Pepe's mail's getting sent back to me. Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. I look at the mail. Well, this whole box is Pepe Sylvia.
I just got boxes full of Lee Harvey Oswald over here. And some of them are for Harvey Lee Oswald and an O.H. Lee and Alec Heidel. He says this guy's everywhere. He's like in 5 places at once. What if he never existed? Because Lee Harvey Oswald is a chimera, an amalgamation of different people using the same alias running around. And that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. I've got boxes full of Lee Harvey Oswald.
So I go to Pepe's office, and what do I find out, Mac? What do I find out? There is no Pepe Sylvia. The man does not exist, okay? So I decided, oh, shit, buddy, I gotta dig a little deeper. There's no Pepe Sylvia. You gotta be kidding me. I got boxes full of Pepe.
I got boxes full of Lee Harvey Oswald over here. What are you talking about? I think it's time that we snatch this conspiracy back from the clutches of the boomers, right? That have owned it. Like they've owned everything, and they will own everything. Even after they die, they're going to find a way to just keep owning everything. And they will own the narrative of this forever if we don't step in and we don't arm ourselves with information. And so that's what we're going to do tonight. I want to show how implausible this whole Lee Harvey Oswald guy is. If we're just to look at it objectively, man, like I said, you pull on a thread, some weird things start falling out of this guy's past. Now, before we get started, I do put a lot of work into these. I do these once a year. I've got boxes full of Pepe over here. And if you'd like to contribute, buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven. I do these streams a little differently because I get very deep in the weeds, as you're about to find out. We're going to play 6 Degrees from Lee Harvey Oswald and find all sorts of weird people. All kinds of weird people. Some spooks, some you name it. So if you'd like to contribute, buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven. Tech Mist came in. He said, KFC assassination. Somebody killed Colonel Sanders? I'm sure Moose Heaven can figure it out. Conspiracy theories you can trust. That's right. You can trust your good buddy Spirit here, Moose Heaven, because I knew Lee Harvey Oswald. I, of course, being an authority, knowing him as I did. We have a little tradition around here, a little song that we like to play, and I think it's very fitting this evening to start with this before we get deep into the weeds. And like I said, as we get deep into the weeds, if you'd like to donate, I will check those later because I don't want to interrupt the stream of my autism. But it's true. I knew Lee Harvey Oswald. We've got a song. We've got a song to prove it. We all knew Lee Harvey Oswald. He was a good friend to all of us.
Lee Harvey was a friend of mine. I was born in Dallas in 1952. Lee Harvey moved across the street on Beckley Avenue. He used to throw the ball to me when I was just a kid. They say he shot the president. I don't think he did. And Lee Harvey was a friend of mine. He used to take me fishing all the time. He used to throw the ball to me when I was just a kid. They say he shot the president. I don't think he did. I seen that picture of him with pamphlets and a gun. The shadows are pointing every which way, but there's only just one sun. Someone faked that photo and snuck away and hid. They say he shot the president. I don't think he did. And Lee Harvey was a friend of mine. He used to take me fishing all the time. He used to throw the ball to me when I was just a kid. They say he shot the president. I don't think he did. I've seen it all on TV. Lee Harvey got gunned down, murdered by Jack Ruby, the biggest sleaze in town. He stuck that gun into his ribs and said, "Here's looking at you, kid." Ruby killed Lee Harvey. TV proved he did. And Lee Harvey was a friend of mine. A very good friend. He used to take me fishing all the time. That's right, he did. He used to throw the ball to me when I was just a kid. They say he shot the president. I don't think he did.
It is very specific because there's a little Lee Harvey Oswald in all of us. Who is Lee Harvey Oswald? That's the question I will start with this evening. Who is Lee Harvey Oswald? And by the end, I hope you walk away. I hope you walk away with a completely different vision and a completely different answer for that question than when we started. He's just your average, everyday, lone nut. He's quiet, he keeps to himself, but he's just traveling around meeting all of these people. He's speaking different languages, or maybe not. He's just your average far right-wing lunatic, left-wing commie who wanted to kill the president because he was in a conservative city. He was in a very conservative city, and that's why he killed the Democratic president. Like, you see how none of that makes any sense? And it should already be sounding bells of familiarity. He's just a lone wolf, you know, keeps to himself, world traveler. You don't really know anything about this guy that we'll call Lee Harvey Oswald for now. This guy, you don't know anything about him. All you know is this. This is where we're going to start from. This is what you know, that the president was shot, and then they They have this guy in custody for shooting a cop. That's a whole other story. They parade him out in front of the cameras. He screams, "I didn't shoot nobody, I'm just a patsy." And then the next thing you know, Jack Ruby shoots that guy. Or did he? Or did he? I'll make you question that by the end of this evening. But here's what we do know. We know this about this guy is that this guy, after the president is shot, is in custody. He says, "I didn't shoot nobody, I'm just a patsy." That's all you know about him.
I'd like some legal representation. These police officers have not allowed me to have any. I don't know what this is all about.
Kill the president?
No, sir, I didn't. People keep asking me that. Sir?
You shoot the president?
I work in that building.
Were you in the building at the time?
Naturally, if I work in that building, yes, sir.
Back up, man. Did you shoot the president?
No, they're taking me in because of the fact that I live in Missouri. I'm just a patsy.
I mean, that's not weird at all, right? Like, that's like if you're a crazed ideological assassin who shot the president because of your bold extremist ideology. Who is Lee Harvey Oswald, and why do so many people call him Harvey Lee Oswald? And I'm not just being pedantic or redundant. That is a legitimate question because it comes up more times than you would think, of people saying that he always introduced himself as Harvey to me. Harvey Lee Oswald, he called himself. Why is he Lee Harvey Oswald? He's Harvey Lee Oswald other times. Why does he look kind of sort of the same, but kind of sort of different in every photo? Lee Harvey Oswald, just lone nut who's able to change his face in every photo. Slightly. Just enough. What if there's a reason for that? Follow with me. So Lee Harvey Oswald, as we know, his mother, Marguerite Clavier Oswald, she gives a bunch of different names for his dad. She gives like several different names for his dad. His dad dies when he's, super young, okay? Is all of this sounding very sus already? And then she tries to give all of her kids to the orphanage, and they tell her, no, fuck off. So this is a picture of her with her other husband, Edwin Ekdahl, who she marries as he's several years older. And she marries him in like a he'll be dead soon, just make an old man happy sort of way. She tries to give her kids up to an orphanage, okay? Dad's like gone. Dad's got like 3 different names. And Marguerite Oswald, as everybody knew her, around this time, they all said, dressed very nice, very always had a job, dressed very nice, very distinct smile. I want you to take note, very distinctive smile on Marguerite Oswald. Always had a job, always dressed very nice. Apparently was giving her kids up for adoption. There's a lot of weird spook stuff that we could get into with Marguerite Oswald. That would be a whole other tale. She's doing some spook stuff. She's working for like the telephone company like during wartime. And if you're working with the telephone company during wartime, you have to have like some sort of classified clearance because you're patching phone lines like from classified. Is that you follow? but always dressed very nice, distinctive smile. Everybody who knew her around this time said she's very pretty girl, very pretty lady. Super distinctive smile, always dressed very nice, very proper, always had a job, Marguerite Oswald. Take note, am I wrong? Very distinctive smile, right? There's a certain tooth that's out of place, take note of the tooth. Marguerite Oswald, who had a very distinctive smile, pretty lady, always dressed very nice, until the day that she fell off a ladder at work. Hang with me, guys. Marguerite Oswald, who always looked like this, fell off of a ladder at work, and then after that, always looked like this. I'm not kidding, that Marguerite Oswald, when she was working at a shoe store, she fell off of a ladder and she used to look like this, and then afterwards she looked like this. Like, I can't stress that enough. She fell off a ladder and now she looks like this. Weird, right? So, is that even the same lady? I don't know. That must have been one heck of a fall. She's developed like all of these moles on her face. Her teeth are all crooked. She's wearing glasses. She's dressed all frumpy. She's never has a job ever again. She's begging for money. Marguerite Oswald is a strange character in this story.
This I will comment on. I believe that Lee is an intelligent agent.
An intelligent agent.
And I have stated so to the Warren Commission.
What was your basis for that, Ms.?
I have many documents to base that on. I have as much circumstantial evidence saying that Lee is an agent as the Dallas police has circumstantial evidence that Lee is the murderer of President Kennedy.
A U.S. agent? You mean that your evidence is circumstantial also? Is that what you mean?
Well, if I could prove it, I would say so. But who can prove who's a CIA man?
Who can prove who's a CIA man? It's all very weird. It's all... She comes out saying she's got documents to prove that my son was a CIA agent. Weird. So, they're moving around to several different places. Again, weird, moving to different states all the time. Like I said, if you get really autistic and start digging into their records, it's like they're moving to places that they owned before they moved there, and it's all crazy. Doesn't make any sense. Just like how Lee's going to school in New York. 2 different schools, by the way. He's going to school in the Bronx and like somewhere else in New York. And people distinctly recall he got in a fight and he lost a few teeth. He lost his teeth. But those things grow back, right? Like, those things grow back. So he's going to 2 different schools. He's got missing teeth, or he doesn't. He's truant all the time from one of the schools, or he's got perfect attendance. So part of the reason they have to skip town, right, is because the truant officer comes looking for him because of this. So like they skip town out of New York, again, not suspicious at all, and then they go to not North Dakota, even though Marguerite Oswald will say that they went to North Dakota, even though in the official record they never supposedly went to North Dakota. She'll say that Lee would, quote, say, "I am a Marxist." She can remember him saying, "I became interested around age 15. An old lady handed me the pamphlet about saving the Rosenbergs. I still remember that pamphlet about the Rosenbergs. I don't know why. And then we moved to North Dakota, and I discovered that one time in the library at Das Kapital." So is there any other evidence? Well, yeah, there is. Somebody wrote a letter to LBJ saying, "Dear sir, I don't know how to write this to you, and I don't know if I should or shouldn't, but my son knew Lee Harvey Oswald when he was in Stanley, North Dakota. I do not recall what year, but it was before Lee Harvey Oswald enlisted in the Marines. And that boy read communist books then. He told my son he was going to kill the president." Weird. In all of these places, he's in like multiple places at once. So what's the deal here? What's the deal? Well, this guy, John Armstrong, he's one of the better Kennedy researchers out there. John Armstrong, I think, got a lot right, and I think he got a lot wrong, but his basic theory is that there are at least two Lee Harvey Oswalds. There's a Lee Harvey Oswald and a Harvey Lee Oswald. Why would they do that, right? Well, you've got orphans. And by the way, this was all occurring like pre-CIA. This is pre-CIA that all of this is going on. So this is like OSS stuff. This is pre-CIA. They're enlisting orphans. They're enlisting 12-year-olds. Maybe they're twins, I don't know, but the point is that we get these two kids, they look basically the same, we raise them kind of like in close proximity, we get one of them into the Soviet Union. Remember, like if they know that the Soviet Union is going to be a problem down the road, and they're grooming these kids to infiltrate the Soviet Union. Are you following me? So that when one of them is in the Soviet Union and they get caught, they can go, "What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Lee Harvey Oswald's right here. We got Lee Harvey. I got baskets full of Lee Harvey Oswalds. What are you talking about?" Think about that. What are they hiding? What is like all the things in these files that they don't want you to know about? It has nothing to do with grassy knoll shooters or any of that bullshit. It has to do with they don't want you to know that they were enlisting 12-year-olds for operations overseas and body double operated like pre-Cold War. That's what they don't want you to know about. And they and to think that if all of that was going on, like in the Cold War, if all of that was going on in the Cold War, that they were using body doubles and all of the, and switching identities and running up that road and running up that hill over in Russia, then imagine what they're doing now. That's what they don't want you to know about. He's got one passport, he looks like this. In one passport, he looks like this. Look like this. Look like this. Are those the same guy? I don't know. But the thing is that they look just close enough that there's just something off. Just something, they're 99% there, but it's that 1% that makes you go, there's something weird about this. What I think John Armstrong got wrong, I do think there's definitely two Lee Harvey. I think there's this guy, I think there's this guy. But but there's a whole lot of guys. Totally the same guy? I don't know. Hairline. The Lee Harvey Oswald that goes to the Soviet Union, this guy doesn't look like the guy who gets arrested in Dallas. And he definitely doesn't look like the Lee Harvey Oswald who's down in Mexico, because the Lee Harvey Oswald who's down in Mexico is definitely Al Bundy. He was definitely being impersonated by Al Bundy in Mexico. That is not Lee Harvey Oswald. I don't know, man. Is that guy the same guy as that guy? Definitely not the same guy as that guy. Bing, you're hypnotized, says Janet Boleyn to Lee Harvey Oswald. Weird. Bing, you're hypnotized, because remember, he's reading communist literature, and what would an anti-imperialist, American-hating Red do? Why, they would sign up and enlist in the Marines to become a pawn, if you will, of the imperialist foreign policy that they claim to hate so much. So you see how none of this makes any sense? Maybe he fell off a ladder too. I don't know. He looks really young here, right? So this is supposed to be him when he joins the Marines, okay? Is that the same guy as that? You telling me those are the same guy? That guy's 5'9". You telling me that the guy who's arrested in Dallas is 5'9"? That guy look 5'9" to you? A bunch of people described Lee Harvey Oswald as having a bull neck. Does he look like he had a bull neck when he was arrested? Is that the same guy? Is that the same guy? I don't know, man. Lee Harvey Kidswald here, and then fucking... I don't know, man. I don't know. Is that the same guy? I don't know. Definitely. Does his neck look like that when he's arrested in Dallas? Hang tight. Hang tight. Hang tight here. Because when he's arrested in Dallas, his neck don't look like that. When he's arrested in Dallas, he's a little skinny boy. He ain't no 5'9". Now there's another weird character who's in the Marines with Oswald. Now, isn't it interesting that Oswald, he's in El Toro, California, and then his group travels by ship to Atsugi, Japan. There's a whole lot of spook stuff going on there, right? But isn't it weird that as he's transferring, following him to the same exact places as this guy named Kerry Thornley? Who's Kerry Thornley? Well, he's in the Marines with Oswald. He has a similar, shall we say, resemblance. But it's not just the resemblance. You see, he befriends Oswald in the Marines. He's supposedly following him around, okay? He's following Lee Harvey Oswald around while he's in the Marines, and he's so enamored with this guy. He thinks he's like James Dean or something, man. And so he decides when he's in the Marines to write a book. He writes a book about Lee Harvey, inspired by Lee Harvey Oswald, about a Marine who defects to Russia. So Kerry Kerry Thornley, when he's in the Marines with Oswald, he's so enamored of Oswald, he's writing a book about him, about a guy who's just like Lee Harvey Oswald, who's a Marine, who defects to Russia. This is all before Lee Harvey Oswald's defected to Russia. Years. He writes a book called Idle Warriors. And it's about a Marine who defects to Russia. And this is all years before Oswald defects to Russia. And all the stuff he says about Oswald, it doesn't make any sense to me. So they're talking about 1984, supposedly. That, like, Oswald's all into 1984. So they're talking to the Warren Commission, and he says, tell me what 1984 is. And Thornley says, well, it's this book. It's a projection into the future. It's supposed to take place in 1984 in England, and it's under a complete police state. It is, I would say, an anti-utopian novel by George Orwell, a criticism of English socialism and what it might lead to based on Orwell's experience with communism and Nazism, his observations about a society in which a mythological leader called Big Brother dominates everybody's life, and where there are television cameras on every individual at all times watching his every act, where sex is practically outlawed and the world is perpetually at war. 3 big police states constantly at war with one another, and where the police keep every and all of the citizens in line. Oswald would often compare the Marines with the system of government outlined in 1984. I remember one day when we were loading equipment, by way of protest against Marine Corps? Yes, humorously, satirically, of course. He's a satirical fellow, this Oswald. One day we're unloading moving radar scope off the truck and it slipped, and he said, be careful with Big Brother's equipment. I remember he did a lot of things like that. I remember one day I was walking along with my hands in my pockets, which is something you don't do in the service, and which is certainly, if you're in the infantry outfit, you don't dare. Things were a little lax in that outfit, so we could get away with it once in a while. So I happened to be walking around with my hands in my pockets, and suddenly I heard a voice, hey, Smith Winston, and rattle off a serial number, get your hands out of your pockets. Which is a direct quote from 1984. So he's saying that Oswald is like quoting 1984. He's a hard-red commie who loves Orwell's criticism of socialism. Do you see how none of that makes sense? Because guess what? Even the people on the Warren Commission thought that made no fucking sense. And they're talking about how Oswald told this other guy, Delgado, who's an whole other story, that in 1984 was also his favorite book, and that he was an anti-communist classic, which bewildered Delgado, who thought Lee Harvey Oswald was a communist. Oswald had made up his mind sooner or later, quote, that the world was going to be dominated by a superstate, or sooner or later you're going to have to like Big Brother, and you just might as well do it sooner or later. And that would apparently inference that was the inference I drew from Thornley about this man Oswald. And he didn't have any objection to this. Thornley did testify that he red-baited Oswald. He tried to get him to admit that he was a commie, and Oswald got mad and never spoke to him again. So he's a dirty red commie. He says that an anti-communist classic book is his favorite book. Like, even the lawyers think this makes no sense and say that Lee Harvey Oswald was an Orwellian communist. Kerry Thornley is and was fucking nuts, but not just nuts. He said that when he said that when Lee Harvey Oswald broke off after he red-baited Oswald, a commie Oswald would have nothing to do with Kerry Thornley of any of his political colors, all black or brown. Because why? Kerry Thornley is what we would call a shitposting libertarian in these days. Describe yourself in this respect. What are you, a middle-of-the-roader? Oh, I would say I'm extreme rightist. I would call myself a libertarian, which is, I believe in the complete sovereignty of the individual, or at least as much individual liberty as practical under any given system. Kerry Thornley was what we would these days refer to as a shitposting libertarian who would have nothing to do with a communist Oswald in any way, shape, or form. It makes no sense. And the lawyers for the Warren Commission thought so too. Here's what I think. Kerry Thornley is a consummate bullshit artist. He's a disinfo agent. These times that he's talking about Oswald, he's not talking about Oswald. He's talking about himself. Who would be into 1984? Kerry Thornley. Who would quote 1984 verbatim? Kerry Thornley. These are Kerry Thornley stories about Kerry Thornley disguised as Lee Harvey Oswald. That's what I think. And it gets weirder because the next time we see Kerry Thornley, he's not gonna look like this. He's gonna look like this. Well, that doesn't look like Lee Harvey Oswald at all. Kerry Thornley is a lesser known instrumental figure in the Beatnik movement who hangs out with, I don't know, like Timothy Leary, Ken Kesey, like all the people who invented 60s counterculture. They all started by hanging out with Kerry Thornley. Why? Because Kerry Thornley happened to also pen this book called Principia Discordia, where he invented a fake religion called Discordianism, okay? He invented a fake religion called Discordianism that's devoted to Eris, the Greek god of discord and chaos. Lots of acid, man. When they're in Atsugi, Japan, I think he's part of human biological testing, i.e., LSD. So he starts a fake religion about spreading discord and chaos and misinformation. Do you see why I think Kerry Thornley is a CIA disinformation agent? And Discordianism is still around, it's still thriving. It's very strangely popular among a lot of Cartoon Network animators, and they subtly put in elements of Discordianism into My Little Pony and what's Bill and Maddie? Is that what it's called? It's weird, man. It's still around. And guess what? The group, when they were started, the Discordian Society which has no definition, but its members were adherents to neo-paganism and Aleister Crowley's Thelema. So these are Aleister Crowley worshipping paganists who go over to this fake religion called Discordianism that's about chaos and disinformation. So Kerry Thornley writes the Principia Discordia, okay? But there's other related Discordian novels. Perhaps you've heard of Robert Anton Wilson and the Illuminatus trilogy of books. So here's where it gets weird. You know how everything these days, everything's the Illuminati, everything's the Bavarian Illuminati from the 1700s for some reason. You know where that started? It started with Operation Mindfuck. Operation Mindfuck, which should tell you everything you need to know. An important practice in Discordian religion, Operation Mindfuck, is where all national calamities, assassinations, conspiracies are publicly attributed to the Bavarian Illuminati of the 18th century. In an attempt to sow the culture with paranoia, as well to highlight the absurdity of conspiracy theories. The concept was developed by Kerry Thornley and Robert Anton Wilson in 1968 and given its name by Wilson and Robert Shea in the Illuminatus trilogy. The reason that people blame things on the 18th century Illuminati in 2025 is because Operation Mindfuck was a free-form art project come political protest of the 60s and 70s, a lot of and designed to sow the culture with paranoia. The key figures behind it were Kerry Thornley, co-founder of a satiric religion called Discordianism, and Robert Anton Wilson, a Discordian staffer at Playboy magazine. Through every means available, Wilson explained in a memo laying out the plan. The mindfuckers intended to attribute all national calamities, assassinations, and conspiracies to the Illuminati and to other hidden hands. And so they planted stories about the Illuminati in the underground press. There's this whole Playboy article thing where Dear Playboy, I am from the Illuminati. And that's how it seeped into popular culture. They slipped mysterious classified ads into the libertarian journal Innovator and the New Left newspaper Roger Spark. They cooked up a letter about the Illuminati that Wilson then ran in the Playboy Advisor, and when the New Orleans jury refused to convict one of the men who the conspiracy hunting district attorney Jim Garrison blamed for the JFK killing, Garrison booster Art Kunken of the Los Angeles Free Press got a note revealing that the jurors were all Illuminati initiates. I have this letter. Hang on. To show you just how absurd the disinformation gets, okay? This is a letter from Kerry Thornley. What if there really was an Illuminati, Wilson asked. Thornley one pot fog night and asked one pot fog night in 1968. Maybe they'll find out about us and they'll be pissed. I doubt there is, Thornley answered. And if there is by some chance, they would probably be happy to have a wild-ass fools like us covering up for them by spreading bizarre theories. This is the letter that he sent Art Kudkin. You're probably beginning to wonder what went down in New Orleans. So we thought we'd let you in on the secret. We are the Order of the Peacock Angel who knows the answers to all mysteries, but we hardly ever reveal them to outsiders. So consider yourself honored. One of our agents has uncovered a man who has had intercourse with all 12 members of the jury. This is what he discovered. Each and every one of them was missing a left nipple. You may not grasp the significance of this fact at once, even though it was in your paper, which performed the signal public service by revealing that Clay Shaw is missing a left nipple. The man who told that your reporter was trying to hint to something that he dared not say outright, but we of the Peacock Angel Order have less fears about these occult matters. The fact is that a missing left nipple is hereditary sign of the inner ruling clique of the nefarious and infamous Bavarian Illuminati, the super secret, super Zionist Theosophist group who controls all international finance and manages all wars, revolutions, assassinations, and all of the weather in California. Libertarian shit posters. That's what these guys are. This is all meant to be disinfo. All meant with a little bit of truth, whole lot of bullshit. So I don't believe a thing that Kerry Thornley says.
My name is Kerry Wendell Thornley. I was in the Marines with Lee Harvey Oswald. I'm quoted 4 times in the Warren Report to help establish motivation for Oswald's otherwise inexplicable alleged act. I was prosecuted, or the attempt was made to prosecute me by Jim Garrison when he investigated the Kennedy assassination as the district attorney of Orleans Parish in 1968. In 1965, mulling over a lot of strange coincidences, or what I at first thought were coincidences that Jim Garrison brought up, connecting me with his assassination conspiracy, I came to the conclusion that in fact I was involved in a plot to commit murder, to assassinate John F. Kennedy, I had written a novel based on Oswald about a Marine who defects to the Soviet Union at the end of the book. It was like the main character of my book jumped up off the pages and shot this president that I'd wanted assassinated anyway.
That's just weird, right? How coincidental.
It was a very weird feeling of like being very close to the crime without actually being connected to it at the time. So I became convinced at that point that it was not Oswald acting alone, but I still didn't have any idea, of course, of what had happened. I assumed that probably Lyndon Johnson and some of his friends had been behind it.
Yes.
And then in 1968, Jim Garrison issued a press release saying that I was an employee of the CIA and that he had subpoenaed me to appear before the grand jury. And a couple of days later, the subpoena arrived. I wound up, I waffled back and forth between fighting extradition and going to, finally at the last minute, I decided to go down there and testify. Garrison charged me with perjury for denying that I had met with Oswald in the Bourbon House in New Orleans in 1963, in September of that year, just previous to the assassination. I had not seen Oswald since I'd been out of the Marines. I had not been aware that he was in New Orleans. And there were a lot of coincidences. I mean, not only had I met Guy Bannister, David Ferry, Clay Shaw. So by 1975, I was disposed to think that I must have been connected with the Kennedy assassination in some way besides Oswald, in some way that I didn't understand.
So remember all of this. So to summate this hard left commie Lee Harvey Oswald, who joins the Marines because he's so communist, he's such a virulent communist, he joins the Marines and he hooks up with this libertarian shitposter who's writing a book about him, and then it just magically happens. He defects one day and then shoots the president, and then later on he becomes like one of the first hippies and creates hippie culture and becomes an agent of chaos, literally. So remember this guy. Remember Kerry Thornley. He's going to come back. So Oswald is in the Marines with Kerry Wendell Thornley, but one day he has to leave the Marines. Why? Why Oswald suddenly, out of nowhere, leaves the Marines? Because his beloved mother, Marguerite Oswald, who I must point out, used to look like this. Nice dressing, nice looking, pretty smile. Marguerite Oswald, who used to look like this and was working at a shoe store. She was working at a shoe store and was, by looking here, you know, a fairly tall woman. Again, you can still see very distinctive smile. I must point out that she fell off of a ladder while working at the shoe store, and then she looked like this. So she fell off the ladder so hard that it made her look like this, and then Lee had to leave the Marines. Are you seeing why all of this is very strange? So Lee Harvey Oswald leaves the Marines to go tend for his ailing mother because she fell off a ladder so hard she turned into another person. And then she just happens to mention to a doctor, who I assume she's seeing on account of the falling off the ladder so hard that she, you know, became a totally different person. But she just happens to mention to this doctor, oh, my son is defecting to Russia. So Lee leaves, you know, he's in the Marines. He leaves one day, take care of Marguerite, then just decides, I'm going to defect to Russia. And so he goes, he gets a ticket to Helsinki. Why Helsinki? Well, we'll find out in a second. But he gets a ticket to Helsinki from where? Why, Clay Shaw's travel agent, of course. So he goes to Clay Shaw's travel agent. Clay Shaw's travel agent gives him a ticket to Helsinki. Why Helsinki? Because it just happens to be the one place where he can get into the Soviet Union without any problems. And so he stays over in Helsinki, gets into the Soviet Union, and when he leaves, he looks like this. This is the news. This is the Lee Harvey Oswald in the newspaper when he defects to Russia. Because he's just so lucky that he just happened to get a ticket from Clay Shaw's travel agent, got him into Helsinki, which got him into Russia. Just so, man, this lone nut, no friends, keeps to himself guy, he just keeps getting luckier and luckier. But is that the same guy as the one that's arrested in Dallas? I don't know, man. Is that the same guy as the one that went over to Russia? I don't know, man. Because that's the Lee Harvey Oswald that goes to Russia, supposedly. And that's the Lee Harvey Oswald that gets arrested in Dallas. I don't know, man. So he's over in Russia. He's just luckily, everything is just coming up Lee Harvey Oswald. He gets into Helsinki. He's able to get into Russia during the height of the Cold War, right? Which... sure is not, it's not like it can't be done. But then he goes over, he's got no money, but he's staying in expensive hotels. He's eating out at the nicest places. And then get this, he's this guy, this Lee Harvey Oswald, who's, by the way, such a loner that he's hanging out with all these people. He just happens to be so lucky that when he defects and when he revokes his American citizenship, he's so lucky that he does it on a weekend when the office is technically closed. So technically, he never defected. Because he went in on a weekend and he signed the wrong paper. He signed in the wrong spot. Oh man. So technically, he never defected. That's pretty lucky, right? And this is the Lee Harvey Oswald that applies for Russian citizenship. Is that the same guy? He wants to be a Soviet citizen. They say no, because even the Russians think this is all super weird. And then he does a show suicide attempt, which again, all very weird. And then they let him have citizenship. This is what he looks like when he applies for Soviet citizenship. The KGB is suspicious about all of this too. He's going to the KGB going I'll tell you everything you need to know about the U2 program. They're like, dude, we have people way higher up in the military who are moles for us than you. We don't need you. This is all very suspicious. Is that the same guy? That's him in Minsk. I mean, it kind of looks like the guy from this is what he looks like in New Orleans. That's what he looks like in Dallas. And that's what he looks like. I don't know, man. He's getting interviewed by foreign press when he's over in Russia. It's not weird at all.
Lee Harvey Oswald struck me as a young boy full of bitterness and hate. Someone not too well educated, certainly not a brilliant person. I would say he was extremely superficial, very immature, and very misinformed. He told me why he had decided to leave the United States and give up his American citizenship and apply for citizenship in the Soviet Union. He said he had indoctrinated himself for 5 years through reading books about Marx, but he actually knew very little about communism, and he couldn't apply what he had read to the actual life in Moscow around him. It was as if he were quoting just sentences from Pravda and Izvestia without really knowing what they meant. When he spoke, he held his chin very stiffly, and his mouth was tight and thin. When he spoke of the United States, the hostility that he felt for his country was quite evident. Afterward, I remember thinking what an unbalanced, extremely emotionally immature fellow he was. In fact, when other correspondents in Moscow asked me how the interview had gone, I had described him as being, well, he was just a little weird.
I think it's a little weird that they, even they thought, wow, it's like somebody fed you all of these communist lines. It's like you don't even know, like, it's like you're not even into communism. And also, like, how many people are defecting? Think about this. How many people are defecting to Russia? It's not a lot, right? It's like a handful of people. So that wouldn't sound any alarm bells, right? Well, there's this other guy, Robert Webster. Check this out. One of the other guys who defects to Russia is this guy named Robert Webster, who, by the way, worked for the Rand Corporation. So a guy who works for the Rand Corporation defects. He goes over to Russia, and then when he marries like a Russian broad, like takes her back, gets divorced, and he ends up warning the CIA that the KGB has a whole program of honeypots to get intelligence assets married up to Russian broads to get them into the US, and then later they're going to divorce them. Robert Webster of the Rand Corporation warns the CIA that the KGB is trying to honeypot their assets by getting these women into the US and then divorcing their husbands. And he says that one of the women that he met was Marina Oswald. Marina Oswald, who just happens to know perfect English. Or does she? Because she knows perfect English in Russia, but then when she's in America, she doesn't know any English. Supposedly, Lee's like beating her not to learn English, but she speaks perfect English in Russia. So what does that tell you? KGB, and their story about how they meet, it makes no sense. She like goes home with some other guy, but like Lee gets her number. He calls her like in the hospital, and like she comes and visits him at the hospital, and then like decides to marry him again. But then in his diary, which is so authentic, it doesn't mention at all that he's in the hospital when all of this happened. It's all very strange. Like, she knows perfect English. Robert Webster sees her, like Lee Harvey Oswald, like talks about this. So connect the dots. It's all very weird, and some of these pictures that come back of them from Russia, if these are even in Russia, some of these are weird. Guys, that baby looks like a doll. It always comes back to doll babies. That baby looks like a doll. I don't know, man. That's a doll. That's a doll. So when he's over in Russia, this is like the spookiest time of his life, because we don't know what the fuck is going on over there. We don't know who's over there in Russia. Which is why I find these pictures very, very, very weird. Weird. So, why does he come back to America? Well, because of his defection, the military changes his discharge from an honorable discharge over to an undesirable discharge, which this is enough to like get him to pack up his new family, move away from Russia, go back to the US. And wouldn't you know it, Again, he just came in. He came in on the weekend. So technically he didn't defect. So like he has no problem getting back in the United States. He just has no problem getting in or out, even though he just defected to Russia at the height of the Cold War. You signed the wrong paper on a Saturday. So technically, I guess you didn't defect. Meanwhile, I want to talk about something else. So, when he's over in Russia, there is a joint program. Get this, there's a joint program of the CIA, the FBI, and the Post Office. The FBI, the CIA, and the Post Office have a joint program called HT Lingual that is reading the mail of these defectors from Russia. So Lee Harvey Oswald is one of these people where the CIA is reading his mail while he's in Russia, okay? Through this HT Lingual program. So who's reading his mail? Lee Harvey Oswald's CIA monitor was Jewish spy Reuben Efron. JFK assassin CIA monitor was religious Jewish spy Reuben Efron. A deep dive into Efron's Jewish identity does not answer those questions, but it does reveal that Efron not only worked as a spy and had deep knowledge of spies in the Jewish tradition. Check this out. The Jewish Telegraphic Agency confirmed that Efron spent time living in Israel before dying on November 22nd, 1993, the same day as the Kennedy assassination. Weird. 30 years to the day after Kennedy's assassination. While there, he contributed 5 articles in the 1970s to the Jewish Bible Quarterly, a world Zionist organization affiliated publication based in Jerusalem that channeled his expertise in espionage. Quote, Rahab and her premises were under surveillance of the counterintelligence team and of the King of Jericho, who soon established that 2 men visiting Rahab were actually Israelite spies, he writes in one of his essays, referring to a Jericho courtesan who, according to the book of Joshua, assisted the Israelites in preparing a route to the Canaanites. Efron called Rahab, quote, a prototype of the Matahari, a World War I exotic dancer turned spy. In one of his essays, Efron directly addresses the problem of spies incorrectly addressing their surveillance target, a critique that has been leveled about his read of Oswald, about the 10 spies who, in the Book of Numbers, returned to the Israelites unsettled in their venture to Canaan. He writes, the militarily inexperienced scouts apparently had been unduly impressed with the powers of the enemy, and it is frequent among the Easterners, exaggerated his capacities. The essays, 3 of which appeared in a series called Military Intelligence in the Bible, do little to illuminate either the Kennedy assassination or the inner life of the man who read Oswald's mail, but they do shed light on how he spent his time in retirement. So Reuben Efron, who then later, lives out his time in Israel, dies 30 years to the day of the Kennedy assassination. All weird, man. So even though they're reading his mail, Oswald's mail, remember, he signed the wrong paper on the wrong day, so he gets to come back in, and the CIA does not open a file on monitoring this guy, even though they were just reading his mail. They do, however, open a file on his wife. When she comes in, they open a file on Marina Oswald. The CIA was suspicious enough of Marina Oswald and already was making memos saying they thought that she was a KGB agent. They had a list of basically 10 reasons why Marina Oswald might be a KGB agent. So Even though they're reading her husband's mail, he gets no file opened on him. She gets a file opened on her. They move back to the United States. They move to Texas. They move in with who? Marguerite Oswald, who fell off a ladder. She looks like this now. Do you see how, like, all these people are unreliable? What happened there? I have theories. I don't even know. It's so weird because I think the guy, the Lee Harvey Oswald who went to Russia, when he came back, he did his thing, man. They got rid of that guy. Like he assumed a new identity or something. Like he fucked off and we never saw that guy again. And so now the other guy they have, he has outlived his purpose. And I even wonder if they didn't pull a switcheroo on Marina. Like, here, this is your husband now. You pose with these fake baby pictures. I don't know, man. It's very weird. It's very weird. That's just what I think. So Oswald comes back from Russia. He comes back from Russia with his Russian bride, and at Thanksgiving with his family. His half brother is quoted as saying, "Well, sir." Remember, they're hanging out at Thanksgiving. He's just come back from Russia. His half-brother says, "Well, sir, the Lee Harvey Oswald I met in November 1962 was not the Lee Harvey Oswald I had known 10 years previous." I'm sorry, what? Did you have the impression that when you saw him on Thanksgiving in 1962, in the meantime, that he'd become bitter, resentful? Well, sir, I tell you what, he wasn't the Lee Harvey Oswald I met 10 years ago. Weird. This is the Lee Harvey Oswald that he met. Is that the same guy? Is that the same guy? So they're hanging out in Texas. They can't stay with Marguerite Oswald forever. So this is when the Oswalds make a strange acquaintance. So remember, ardent communist Lee Harvey Oswald befriends the white Russian community in Texas. Who are white Russians? Well, they are the anti-communist Russians who basically left Russia after the revolution. So people who, like the guy we're about to talk about, some of whom had a lot of money in business within Russia, who weren't commies, who then had to leave after the revolution, and then were very embittered towards the communists because they lost their livelihood and lost their money. People like this guy, George de Mohrenschildt. So isn't it weird that Oswald, this ardent communist, he's hanging out with these white Russians like George de Mohrenschildt? Weird. So, Uncle George helps them find a place. Uncle George helps them find a little place to stay at. Who's Uncle George? Well, he's a petroleum geologist, anti-communist political refugee, professor, and an occasional CIA field agent, occasionally. He's a descendant of Russian nobility and an anti-communist political refugee from the Red Terror. He had like a lot of money in oil in Russia pre-Russian Revolution. He's related to Russian nobility, working with the CIA and working with like various spooks, right? Like against the communists. You know. Just part-time for the CIA. According to de Mohrenschildt, he gathered information about people involved in pro-Nazi activities, such as those bidding for U.S. oil leases on behalf of Nazi Germany before the U.S. became involved in World War II. De Mohrenschildt testified that a further purpose of his data collection was to help the French petroleum companies outbid the Germans. He's also involved in French intelligence as well. A lot of these people are. De Mohrenschildt spent the time in... his brother... So let's check this out. So his brother, Dmitri... was an anti-Nazi agent for the OSS, the precursor to the CIA, and he just happened to be one of the founders of Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty. You know. And here's where it gets even weirder. De Mohrenschildt became acquainted with the Bouvier family. You know, Jacqueline Bouvier, you know, Kennedy's wife. He was acquainted with her family, the Bouviers, including First Lady of the United States, Jacqueline Bouvier. Jacqueline grew up calling De Mohrenschildt Uncle George. Yeah, no, stop. Yeah, no. Jackie used to bounce on Uncle George's knee when she was a baby. Check this out. He also was close friends with Jackie's aunt Edith Bouvier Beale. Edith Bouvier Beale, does that ring any bells? Because he almost married her aunt. Edith Bouvier Beale, does that ring any bells? Edith Bouvier Beale, you know, the one from Grey Gardens. Pictured here, the old lady in bed with her corn, making corn in her dilapidated, falling apart mansion. You can't make this shit up. You know how I've talked about Grey Gardens, about Jackie's eccentric aunt and cousin, these two women who are living up in this mansion filled with cat shit, and raccoons are tearing the place apart, and it's like falling apart. And they're eating corn in bed, and it's just, and these are like rich people. It's all very strange. So Grey Gardens. He almost married Big Edie.
She was a girl with everything: money, looks, and social position. Her mother, a classic Bouvier beauty. Now they live amongst the souvenirs of their lives in Grey Gardens. This is their story, a love story, sort of. Hailed as one of the oddest, most beautiful films ever created.
Come on in, we're not ready.
Grey Gardens. In New York, exclusively at the Paris Theater.
I have it somewhere. Hang on.
Mrs. Bouvier! Mrs. Bouvier! Mrs. Bouvier!
That was George de Mohrenschildt. He was trying to marry Big Edie. He could have been eating corn in bed with her. This is all so weird. Check this out. So de Mohrenschildt joined the Dallas Petroleum Company and was a member of the Dallas Council on World Affairs. He was friends with think of all of the Texas oil billionaires. De Mohrenschildt knows all of them. He's good friends with people from the right-wing Texas Crusade for Freedom, whose members happen to include David Harold Byrd and Ted Dealey. David Harold Byrd, who owned the Texas School Book Depository, and Ted Dealey, after which Dealey Plaza is named after, where the Texas School Book Depository that David Harold Byrd owns is located. You see how, like, this is weird, man. In October 1962, Oswald informed de Mohrenschildt that he had lost his job in a nearby Fort Worth, and in response, de Mohrenschildt advised Oswald that he would have a better chance finding work in Dallas. Oswald was soon hired by the Dallas photographic firm Jaggers, Childs & Stovall, and de Mohrenschildt's wife and daughter would later say that the job had been secure, that de Mohrenschildt secured the job at Jaggers, Childs & Stovall for Oswald. And it just so happens that this totally for real photo of Oswald with the gun that everybody talks, you know that one? You know this totally for real photo of him with the gun? Did you ever wonder where it came from? Who had that photo? Well, he gave this photo, signed, autographed, I'm not making this up. Lee Harvey Oswald supposedly gave this photo, this totally for real photo, when he was working at Jaggers, Childs & Stovall, you know, the photographic enhancement center that was secured for him by George de Mohrenschildt. He gives this photo to George de Mohrenschildt and he autographs it on the back. to my friend George, killer of fascists. Ha ha ha. No, I'm not making that up. That's what he wrote. Killer of fascists, LOL. And he gave it to Uncle George, as you do. So, ardent communist Lee Harvey Oswald, killer of fascists, gave his signed photograph to, his buddy, his Uncle George, his white Russian anti-communist. You see why none of this makes sense? Also, how do we even know that Oswald had this gun? Well, because of the photo that he gave to Uncle George that he signed, killer of fascists. That's how we know that he had the gun. Duh! That's how we know he had the gun, because Marina took the picture of this totally for real photo of him holding the gun, and then he gave it to George, and George saw the gun. Because Marina saw the gun, and George saw the gun. And guys, they're totally not lying. That's how we know he had the gun. Because why would they lie? Why would George de Mohrenschildt and his wife lie about seeing the gun?
Well, we met Oswald about in the summer of 1962, when we heard that there was a young couple who arrived from Russia and were in very difficult financial condition. So a friend of mine and myself drove to Fort Worth and found this tenement house where he was living. I had the impression that he was in love with Marina, and that on his side there was no unhappiness.
What happened?
What's the thing I remember now? That he did not want Marina to learn English, maybe because he was an intensely jealous person.
Remember, he didn't want her to learn English, even though she knew fluent English in Russia.
He did not want Marina to communicate with other people. What happened actually, that I was standing there on the balcony, and my wife and Marina were looking at the rifle which was inside of a closet, And Marina said to my wife, "Look at that idiot, he has a rifle here. Instead of buying food or necessities for our home, he bought a rifle." And that's what I just overheard, but I actually did not even look in the closet, And it seemed to me
you didn't
like
look.
such a ridiculous idea for Oswald to buy a rifle when he needed money so desperately,
He had the rifle in the closet. I didn't really look in the closet.
It was just a big joke,
Hey, this is a big joke. Why would somebody do that? Nobody would lie about something like that. Nobody would do that. Certainly not George de Mohrenschildt, close personal friend of CIA Director George H.W. Bush. No, not close personal friend of CIA Director George H.W. Bush, George de Mohrenschildt. He wouldn't do that. Guys, strap in, because it's going to get really weird in a second. On September 17th, 1976, the CIA requested that the FBI locate de Mohrenschildt because he had, quote, attempted to get in touch with the CIA director. On September 5th, de Mohrenschildt had written a letter to the CIA director, George H.W. Bush, asking for his assistance. Quote, "You'll excuse this handwritten letter. Maybe you'll be able to bring some resolution to the hopeless situation of which I find myself in. My wife and I find ourselves surrounded by some vigilantes. Our phone is bugged and we are being followed everywhere. Either FBI is involved or they do not want to accept my complaints. We are driven to insanity by the situation. I have been behaving like a damn fool ever since my daughter Nadia died from cystic fibrosis over 3 years ago. I tried to write stupidly and unsuccessfully about Lee Harvey Oswald and must have angered a lot of people I do not know. But to punish an elderly man like myself and my highly nervous and sick wife is really too much. Could you do something to remove the net around us? Good friend, CIA Director George H.W. Bush, could you do something to help remove this net around us? This would be my last request for help, and I do not want to annoy you anymore. Please don't kill me. Good luck in your important job. Thank you so much." George H.W. Bush responded, "Well, let me first say that I know it must have been difficult for you to seek my help in the situation you've outlined in your letter. However, my staff has been unable to find any indication of interest in your activities on the part of the federal authorities in recent years. A flurry of interest that attended your testimony before the Warren Commission has long subsided, and I can only speculate that you may have become more newsworthy again in view of the renewed interest in the Kennedy assassination, and thus may be attracting the attention of people in the media. I hope this letter has been of some comfort to you, George, although I realize I'm unable to answer your question completely. Your buddy, George Bush, Director of the CIA. De Morenshield's wife had him committed to a mental institution after she stated that De Morenshield suffered from depression, heard voices, saw visions, and believed that the CIA and the Jewish mafia were persecuting him. It's about to get really weird. According to the Dutch journalist Willem Oltmans, who's Willem Oltmans? Well, pause for a minute. Who's Willem Oltmans? He's an investigative journalist. He's Dutch, and during the Second World War, he was a member of the Dutch resistance, and quote, "We blew up a German train. Hitler called me a terrorist, but I saw myself as a freedom fighter." He was a member of Skull and Bones at Yale University. And he was convinced that a well-connected and informed individual could play a decisive role in the international political arena. He assumed a proactive part in the global political developments, becoming both a news reporter and a newsmaker. So, this spook, Willem Oltmans, of secret societies, in 1967, said a serious and famous Dutch clairvoyant named Gerard Croissant. We'll go with that. Gerard Croissant. He looks like this. This is Gerard. This is Gerard Croissant. The very highly trained. Serious. He's serious. Guys, this is serious. He's a serious and famous Dutch clairvoyant. He had a vision of a conspirator who had manipulated Oswald. His description led Oltmans to De Morenshield, and the two stayed in touch. In 1977, Oltmans went to Texas and brought De Morenshield to the Netherlands. Oltmans claimed that he had rescued De Morenshield from a mental institution to bring him to Crusade. So he's bringing him to this Dutch clairvoyant in the Netherlands after he was just institutionalized in a mental hospital. According to Oltmans, Crusade agreed that De Morenshield was the man that he had seen in the vision. Oltmans says that after De Morenshield arrived in the Netherlands, he invited him out with some Russian friends. And they went to Brussels and had plans to go to, how do you say that? A city, French-speaking part of Belgium. Oltmans owned a house there, and upon returning to Brussels, De Morenshield went for a short walk from him, which he failed to return from. And earlier, he'd agreed to, I'll cut it short. They agreed to meet for lunch. De Morenshield goes on this walk, never comes back from the meeting up with this guy in the Netherlands because he tried to make him go see this guy, this Dutch clairvoyant, after seeing him in a vision, okay? And after he disappeared from their meeting place, he was found dead in Florida a few weeks later. Okay, so this guy, Willem Oltmans, who's a Dutch spook, right? He takes him to the Netherlands from being in a psychiatric hospital to meet a clairvoyant who saw him in a vision. He abruptly leaves this meeting, goes back home, and he's dead in a few weeks in Florida. And on March 3rd, 1977, de Mohrenschildt and Oltmans flew to the Netherlands, where de Mohrenschildt had left his luggage, money, and keys at Oltmans' home, and then a few days later flew together to Brussels, where they had a 12:30 lunch date with a Soviet diplomat with whom de Mohrenschildt conversed in Russian and abruptly left the table, but Oltmans never saw de Mohrenschildt again. On March 29, 1977, de Mohrenschildt was found dead at his daughter's home in Florida due to an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound to the mouth. Oltmans stated that a taped recording of the event existed in which footsteps can be heard, followed by the sound of the shotgun discharging, and then footsteps are heard again. Oltmans later testified for 3 hours behind closed doors to the Warren Commission that Lee Harvey Oswald acted at de Mohrenschildt's instructions and that he knew Oswald was going to kill Kennedy. And in twist of all twists, this guy, Willem Oltmans, guess who plays George de Mohrenschildt in Oliver Stone's JFK? Oliver Stone cast this guy, the guy who took him to the Netherlands and totally didn't drug him. Investigative reporter Bill O'Reilly, the day after de Mohrenschildt's apparent suicide, spoke to his daughter. By the way, that recording they're talking about, it exists. I've heard it. You can also hear the beep from the security alarm going off. It's weird. Why does it even exist? Because a housekeeper was recording soap operas on a reel-to-reel. Like, you can't make any of this up. So Bill O'Reilly talks to his daughter the day after his apparent suicide, and she thinks that this Oltmans guy tried to drug and rape him in the Netherlands.
Just terrified. You know, he expressed to me that he was terrified of the man, that the man had bullied him and tried to make him say things that he didn't want to say, and that he didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore at all.
Did he get specific in what way he was terrorized by Willem Oltmans?
Oh,
Was he threatened?
he felt that he had been drugged by him.
Drugged?
Drugged.
What kind of drugs did he
I have no idea. No, he did not say what kind of drugs, but he felt that he had been drugged in Amsterdam, and he was afraid that Mr. Oltmans was trying to make him do and say things that he had never done and never wanted to say.
Well, what's your reaction to Oltmans' comments in the last few days, in the last few weeks?
I'm shocked by them.
Why?
I've never heard such a thing. Because it's completely contrary to anything I've ever heard my father say. Completely.
Could you elaborate a little more? What things specifically?
Well, that my father had anything to do with the assassination of President Kennedy. That my father had anything to do with masterminding it is completely contrary to anything he ever said to me.
Getting back to Epstein for a minute, he came back from the interview with Epstein, and that's when the tragedy happened. Did he say anything to you about Epstein, or was he upset when he came back from that?
No, I talked to him and I said, how's everything going? He said, everything is fine. I said, how's Mr. Epstein? He said, oh, he's very nice, very intelligent. I said, do you have to go and see him again today? And my father said, no, I don't have to go and see him until tomorrow, which I understand was not true.
Wait a minute, you understand that was not true?
No, we had an appointment with Mr. Epstein at 3 o'clock, but he told me that he didn't have to go back.
Did you find out what went wrong there?
No.
You didn't talk to Epstein at all after that?
No, I did speak to Mr. Epstein, and he doesn't know.
So he was talking to a guy named Epstein. We'll get to that in a second. Or we'll get to it now, I don't care. De Mohrenschildt returned from the United States from his trip. He talked to his daughter at length, and he gave an interview to the author Edward J. Epstein, during which he claimed that in 1962, Dallas CIA operative J. Walton Warren, one of Moore's associates, had handed him the address of Oswald. In the same day of the Epstein interview, de Mohrenschildt received a business card from Gaten Fonzie, an investigator for the House Select Committee on Assassinations, telling him he'd like to see him, and that afternoon, de Mohrenschildt was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. So who's this Edward J. Epstein? Well, one of his professors at Cornell was Vladimir Nabokov, and he wrote 3 books about the Kennedy assassination. And if you think, oh, Epstein, that sounds familiar. No, he's not that Epstein. He's just best friends with that Epstein. That's right, Edward J. Epstein defends his close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, no, you can't make this up, because you can't make this shit up.
Although his committee testimony was secret, Willem Altman said publicly that he had been told of a conspiracy to kill President Kennedy that was directed by Texas oil interests. It involved 3 anti-Castro Cuban gunmen and included Lee Harvey Oswald. Altman's also implicated George de Mohrenschildt, who knew Oswald. De Mohrenschildt committed suicide this week when the committee tried to get him to testify.
Mr. de Mohrenschildt, and that was the shock to me on the 23rd of February, in Dallas, in Bishop College, that Mr. de Mohrenschildt, close to tears, made this shocking confession to me that he felt not only responsible, that Oswald acted at his instructions.
Altman's gave only
he told you all this,
highlights of his story to reporters, indicating he has plans to sell what he says is the complete version.
They always do. Yeah, no, I'm sure this is all kosher. All very kosher. Just like the relationship between journalist Edward J. Epstein and his close personal buddy Jeffrey Epstein. You can't make this shit up. But which Oswald? Yeah. So Uncle George also introduces the Oswalds to one of the other important characters we need to discuss in this story. Dear Ruth. Dear Ruth. Guys, we need to talk about Ruth Payne. Consummate Quaker do-gooder. Just an ordinary housewife who was caught up, whirlwinded into infamy by being associated with the Kennedy assassination just because she was such a good person, such a good do-gooder. I have to say, it's a little sad, I'm not gonna lie. Ruth passed away this year. And it always felt like the Kennedy assassination, it's gonna go on forever, and Ruth Payne will be the one constant. She will always be alive. So this is the first JFK Day without Ruth. The Quaker met her maker. So whatever she knew, she took it with her. And when you know George de Mohrenschildt, he knew her dad. He knew her dad through USAID. That's right. George de Mohrenschildt, he just happened to work with her dad through USAID, and I was always wondering when they were going to do that audit of USAID if Ruth Payne was going to show up on there. I have said for years that Ruth Payne is CIA via USAID. But she felt like the one constant. She's been around forever, and she's told the same story so many times, with the same emotional beats at the same moments that you can literally, and someone did, chop them all up and put them together, and they make a cohesive story because it's the same story that she's told for years.
One of the officers asked if he had any guns, and I said no. Translated the question to Marina.
And she said, yes, he did. And she led the policeman into the garage. And there on the floor was a blanket roll.
And the officer picked up the blanket roll. It was so clear right away that there was nothing in it. And it folded over his arm. It was clearly an empty blanket.
And that was the point at which I felt, oh, it could have been Lee. It could have been Lee.
And it was at that point that I thought, it could have been Lee.
And this was the worst moment ever because I thought, oh my God, it could have been Lee. It could have been Lee.
Every single time, same story. Ruth has a very strange body language. She has a very awkward body language. If you watch Ruth's body language, it's very interesting. But Ruth Payne, dear Ruth Payne, dear Ruth Payne, whose father was affiliated with USAID and her sister definitely worked for the CIA. Dear consummate do-gooder Quaker Ruth Payne enters this story because, as we all know, Ruth had an interest in language. She spoke a language, and that language was Yiddish. Well, I guess I'd just been interested in languages in general for a long time, and I studied some French in high school and college, and one time I worked at a Jewish community center who conducted their business in Yiddish, and I started to study Yiddish so I could understand what they were saying. Why did you need to understand their business that they were doing in Yiddish, Ruth? But no, it's not Yiddish that she's famous for. Ruth believed as a do-gooder Quaker, as a true believer in bringing the world together for a Bernie Sanders future, that to bridge that gap, that she wanted to learn Russian. She picked Russian of all languages, just out of coincidence, because she specifically wanted to bridge that gap. So she learned Russian, she taught Russian, but she only had one student. She had one student that she taught Russian to, and that student was Porkins. I told you that this would go to some very weird and very strange places, and we've gone to a galaxy far, far away because Ruth Payne's one student that she taught Russian to, even though she was, she was fluent in Russian, she only really had one student, and it was Porkins. The first guy who gets blown up at the Death Star run. William Hootkins, the actor who portrayed Porkins, was Ruth Payne's only Russian student. Weird. So it's around this time that Ruth meets the Oswalds. So she's estranged from her husband. So follow through with me, gentlemen. She's estranged from her husband. Ruth is. And Ruth wants to learn Russian, even though she's fluent in it and teaching Porkins. She's estranged from her husband. She wants to learn Russian from Marina specifically, and so she is obsessively writing love letters to Marina during this time. So Ruth, who wants to learn Russian, quote unquote, is sending love letters to Marina Oswald. And we have some, and we're gonna read them. Dear, this is after, so she's already written her multiple letters, as we'll see, and this is Marina's response to her. Dear Ruth, here I've already received 4 letters from you. Every day one. Every day I get a letter from you, 4 days in a row. Written in Russian. This is translated from Russian. They're communicating in Russian. So every day, 4 days in a row, Ruth is writing Marina. There are no words to thank you and Michael for your thoughtfulness you show me. Now each in turn. First, thanks for the calcium, which I guessed only you could have sent. She anonymously, this is pre-Amazon, and she anonymously sent her calcium pills. I found no return address or name on it. I drink the yeast and the calcium regularly, and besides that, Aunt Lillian gave me many vitamins. As I see, I am surrounded by much attention. Dear Ruth, now regarding your invitation to come live with you. So Ruth is writing her 4 times a day in a row for Marina to come live with her when she's estranged from her husband, sending her calcium in the mail. Regarding your invitation to come live with you for a rather long time, for me, of course, it would be very tempting, since besides all of the conveniences, I could also learn English. Lee and I have not talked about it. I'm afraid to talk to him, as I know he will become very hurt. While I was at your house, I wrote him about Philadelphia, that I could go there with you many times. They're gonna go to Philadelphia together. Many times he's recalled this matter to me and said that I'm just waiting for an opportunity to hurt him. It's been one of the causes of many of our arguments. And as we have enough such, I don't care for any new ones. I'm very happy now that for a considerable period he has been good to me. He talks a lot about the coming baby and is impatient to have a son. Such an attitude on his part pleases me, even if it is only because of the baby. He has become much more attentive and we hardly quarrel. True, I have to give him in a great deal. It could not be otherwise, but if one wants peace, then it's necessary to give in. We went to the doctor. My condition is normal. I judge that the baby is due by the book about October 22nd. But it seems to me, by my calculations, it'll be about the 8th of October. Blah, 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 baby talk. Dear Ruth, a huge thank you to you and Michael for the invitation to come live with you. I will try to take advantage of it if things really do become worse, if Lee becomes coarse with me again and treats me badly. Sweet Ruth, I am so thankful for you, for your good and sympathetic heart. And wherever I am, I will always say that plain Americans are good, peaceful, and intelligent, that they are talented and sensitive people, and no doubt all plain people are everywhere. Plain people. All the people, Americans, who I have surrounded with me here at all times showed me much consideration and goodwill, and I believe the impression this has created in me about Americans is correct. I love your people and your country, and I thank you in all that you are such good people. God grant me that there would always be a peacetime and that the people here would treat each other only so. You see what emotions your invitation and attitude towards me have evoked, Ruth? It's all your fault. Haha. This is super flirty. Super flirty. You see what emotions your invitation to come live with me and your attitude towards me have evoked, Ruth? Ha ha ha, it's all your fault. Dear Ruth, now I have another question. As if possible, it becomes necessary for me to come live with you in order that to say that I am a dependent of Michael's. Surely it would be necessary for me to have an official divorce, isn't that so? scandalous. But I think, Lee, he would not he agree to a divorce. And to go from him simply to become a burden to you, I do not wish. Dear Ruth. I kiss and embrace you, dear Ruth. I kiss and embrace you. Sincerely, Marina. So, Ruth and Marina are writing steamy lesbian love letters to each other. She comes and moves in with Ruth, who's estranged from her husband, and they start dressing alike. I have to emphasize that there's two women living together, both estranged from their husbands, and that they dress alike. And this is, not weird at all.
Mrs. Payne, how did you first become acquainted with the Oswalds?
I met them through friends at a party last winter.
Just my rich white Russian friends who are friends with, Dallas oil barons like George H.W. Bush.
And then saw more of Marina later.
Oh, I bet you saw more of Marina later.
I was interested in talking with her because I was trying to learn the language. Then
I thought you already knew the language and you were teaching it to Porkins.
Later, they had financial difficulty when he lost his work. And eventually led to my inviting her to live with me in Dallas while she was waiting for her baby that was born in October, and to stay on a couple of months with me, just as one woman with another can help.
Just as one woman with another
baby that was born in October, and to stay on a couple of months with me, just as one woman with another can with me, just as one woman with another.
I told you, Ruth has a hard time holding back on her body language. It's just as one woman with another. No, I don't know why that would. I don't understand why that would be strange. Why anyone would think that to be strange? Just one woman with another.
Can help when babies are small. And then I think they expected to get an apartment together when they could afford it, say after Christmas sometime. And of course it was this difficult economic situation that brought about the fact that I offered my help as a woman to Marina while she was expecting her child. I didn't see him as a fanatic or a person about to do a wild thing, or even who could. I was surprised to learn that he had a gun.
Yes. So all of these people, these are who, anything you think you know about Lee Harvey Oswald, this is who it's coming from. Do you trust these people? This is her husband that she's currently estranged from, living with Marina. This is Michael Payne. So let's talk about Michael Payne for a second. Who's Michael Payne? Well, he just happens to be related to the Forbes family. He just happens to be related to the Forbes family. His father, Lyman Payne, married Ruth Forbes of the Forbes family. He was active in Marxist politics and became a follower of Leon Trotsky and a partisan of the world working class. They used to hang out with Mary Bancroft, where they'd have endless discussions about ultimate reality while sipping highballs of bathtub gin and ginger ale. Lyman was interested in what he termed ultimate reality. So this guy, who is an ardent, true believer Marxist, a Trotskyite, who married into the Forbes family, who marries Ruth Forbes Young. Yes, there are two Ruth Paynes. There's technically two Ruth Paynes. Just hang with me. So he marries Ruth Forbes of the Forbes family, that Forbes family, who's a great-granddaughter of Ralph Waldo Emerson. They co-founded the Berkeley Institute for the Study of Consciousness. We'll get to that. There's all this weird spiritual mesmerism stuff going on here. So they hang out with Mary Bancroft. Who's Mary Bancroft? They're all very close friends with Mary Bancroft. Mary Bancroft was the Bancroft family at one time, owned the Dow Jones and Company. Bancroft was recruited by the OSS, the precursor to the CIA, and she had a working and romantic relationship with Allen Dulles, the director of the CIA. So Mary Bancroft was Allen Dulles' mistress, and from 1926 to 1932, Mary Bancroft was in New York City and spent time attending socials at the apartment of her friend Ruth Forbes and her husband, George Lyman Payne. They went on like European trips together, and she was a close personal friend of Carl Jung. Yeah. This is about to get really deep, okay? So, his mother doesn't stay married to Lyman forever. They divorce. She gets married to another guy, and he is responsible for the helicopter from MASH. Yeah, no, he invented the fucking helicopter.
In 1927, a Philadelphia native, Arthur M. Young, graduated from Princeton with a degree in mathematics. He had a strong desire to invent something radically new. By December of 1928, he had settled on a project. For the next 15 years, Young would devote his energies to inventing and flying a helicopter. He set up a laboratory in the barn of his family's home and began building models. Over the next 8 years, Arthur tested a variety of designs and learned a great deal about the flight characteristics of helicopters. Arthur used this model to demonstrate his helicopter design to Larry Bell of Bell Aircraft. Larry was instantly fascinated. By November of 1941, Young and Bell had agreed to build 2 helicopters, a single-seat model to prove Young's design was sound, and a 2-seat version so Larry himself could get a ride.
Unfucking believable. The guy, so he invented helicopters. He sold the prototype drones, just inventing drones over here. Sells that to Bell Helicopter, who, like, he designs the helicopter that they use in MASH, okay? The Bell Helicopter, he designs that. So, Michael Payne, who's married to Ruth Payne, his dad, so Michael Payne is working for Bell Helicopter. So Michael Payne's working for Bell Helicopter. His dad, his stepdad, Arthur M. Young, invented the helicopter. They're working at Bell Helicopter. Who's their boss? This guy. This guy is their boss, Walter Dornberger. I mean, need I say more? This is their boss at Bell Helicopter. You should have called it the Bellicopter. You know? Good idea. So this is their boss, Walter Dornberger. Walter Dornberger, who just happens to come over, work for Bell Aircraft because of Operation Paperclip, because he was a member of the Nazi Germany's V2 program during the war. And here's a picture of him with Werner von Braun. See, that's him right there on the end. That's Michael Payne's boss. At Bell Helicopter, right there on the far left of your screen is with Werner von Braun. And with his boss, Heinrich Himmler. Yes, we've gotten to Heinrich Himmler from 6 Degrees of Lee Harvey Oswald, which means you can technically get to Hitler from less than 6 Degrees of Lee Harvey Oswald. Check this out. Lee Harvey Oswald, Michael Palin, Walter Dornberger, Heinrich Himmler, Hitler. That's 5 steps. That's 5 fucking steps to Hitler. Dornberger was interrogated by the British for war crimes in connection with use of slave labor during the production of V-2 rockets, and afterwards, under the auspices of Operation Paperclip, he began working for Bell Aircraft Corporation and served them as their vice president. Just like that, we got to Hitler. I told you. So Michael Palin's stepdad, Arthur M. Young, who invented the helicopter, also founded the Institute for the Study of Consciousness. This is, okay, here's where it's gonna get spoopy. So they found the Institute for the Study of Consciousness in Berkeley in 1972. And in 1952, him and his wife, Michael Palin's mom and stepdad, participate in seances conducted by Andrea Puharic's Roundtable Foundation. So, you all know Andrea Puharic, right? I don't have to tell you about who Andrea Puharic is. A parapsychological researcher who's known primarily for bringing the world Uri Geller. The guy who brought Uri Geller, who we'll talk about in a minute, to public attention. So that guy, from 1953 to 1955, he served as a captain in the Army Medical Corps. In this capacity, he was assigned as Chief Outpatient Service, U.S. Army Dispensary, Army Chemical Center, Edgewood Arsenal, Maryland. Huh? So for like 3 years, he serves as a captain in the Army Medical Corps at the Army Chemical Center at Edgewood Arsenal, Maryland, presenting papers on the possible military usefulness of paranormal phenomena. During that time, he was in and out of Edgewood Arsenal Research Laboratories, meeting with various high-ranking officials and officers, primarily from the Pentagon, CIA, and Office of Naval Intelligence. So what's going on at Edgewood Arsenal Research Lab? Oh, human experiments. Yeah, from 1948 to 1975, the U.S. Army Chemical Corps had conducted classified human subject research at Edgewood Arsenal facility in Maryland to study and evaluate the impact of, low-dose chemical warfare agents on military personnel, but also protective clothing and pharmaceuticals and vaccines. They also, studied interrogation techniques. And, the harmful side effects of caffeine. So this guy, this paranormal psychologist, who's working with the military as a captain in human experiments, met Uri Geller, Israeli-born Uri Geller, in 1971, and endorsed him as a genuine psychic. Under hypnosis, Geller claimed that he was sent to Earth by extraterrestrials from a spaceship 53,000 light years away. And in 1974, Puharich claimed that he had observed Geller transmute base metal into gold by psychic power. Puharich also stated that Geller teleported a dog. He teleported a dog through the walls of his house. Puharich claimed that Geller had communicated with super intelligent computers from outer space, and according to him, the computers sent messages to warn humanity that a disaster is likely evident to occur if humans do not change their ways. Puharich claimed that extraterrestrial beings had communicated to him that Geller was the chosen savior of humanity, and he was given the ability to contact flying saucers, and he's going to save the world. He's the chosen savior of humanity with his talent of spoon bending. You all know Uri Geller, right? The spoon bender. Uri Geller, famous, spoon bender, and he's bending spoons for Mossad. Celebrity psychic Uri Geller, famous for his spoon bending and mind reading antics, was a secret agent for the CIA, according to a film to be screened by the BBC this autumn. Entitled The Secret Life of Uri Geller, Psychic Spy, the documentary claims that Mr. Geller uses telepathic and psychic powers in a number of key CIA operations during the Cold War. Among them was the wiping out of Soviet floppy disks, which KGB agents were carrying in diplomatic pouches, and influencing a Russian negotiator during nuclear arms talks by beaming what he described as peace messages into his head. The film suggests that Mr. Geller may have also been among nearly 50 psychics trying to locate Osama bin Laden after 9/11. The Israeli-born psychic, who lives in a mansion in Berkshire, was also said to be working for Mossad, and is praised in the film by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We got to Netanyahu too. Mossad is reported to have used his powers to disable radar at Entebbe, where Israeli commandos staged a rescue of hostages held by Palestinian hijackers. Yeah, he astrally projected himself to Entebbe. Okay, so we've gone down a little bit of a crazy hole. Let's get back to Lee Harvey. So, remember how he totally took that for really real photograph, that Marina totally took that for a really real photograph of him with that gun? Well, that's to provide evidence for him shooting at General Walker. Remember, this lone nut, far-right, left-wing communist who's hanging out with right-wing anti-com. He shot at a far-right-wing general. He didn't just shoot at Kennedy. He shot Walker. He shot Kennedy. He shot Conley. He shot the policeman. He shot a guy who was just standing there. He's shooting everybody. He's shooting everybody. So before the Kennedy shooting, this happened. I want you to watch Walker's body language in this, because he just narrowly survived being hit by a bullet. And he's rather nonchalant about the whole thing. And he already knows who did it. Those damn commies did it.
General, will you describe for us just what happened last night?
Well, the police from the city came in to investigate a rifle shot that was fired into the house, fired through the west window, and hit the sill and hit the wall across the room and went through the wall over the desk at which I was sitting. This happened at 9 o'clock last night. Well, there's an enemy within this country, and of course it's the same enemy that represents the position that we should do away with the House Un-American Activities Committee, that we should destroy our local police forces, and that we should do away with our military forces. These are the, you might say, the anti-Americans as far as our traditions, heritage, and Constitution are concerned, and there are plenty of them in this country, in spite of the federal government's position that there is no threat from within. There is a threat from within, and this is just further indications that there is a threat to our individual rights and liberties.
What do you propose to do now? Are you going to go out making out your tax reforms at that same desk, or doing work in your house as usual?
The House will continue as usual. There will be no change, except that we'll double our efforts in every area, and this only indicates the necessity for it.
Weird body language. I know it all sounds very familiar, right? That's why I said, if you look into this, it starts, stuff now starts, you know, making more sense. But how do we know that Lee Harvey Oswald did it? Well, because he confessed. He confessed in a note that he wrote to Marina, and he left it in Ruth Paine's cookbook. That's right. He confessed to it in writing, and he stuck it in Ruth Paine's cookbook. You can't make this up. Everything that you know about this guy comes from these people. The only reason that we think that he shot at General Walker was because Ruth Paine said she found a note in a cookbook.
Soon after the assassination, police found to Ruth's horror that Oswald had kept his rifle hidden in her garage. In a book that Ruth returned with some of Oswald's belongings, authorities found a note from Lee to Marina, implicating Lee in an earlier failed assassination attempt on General Edwin Walker.
And that's so revealing. It's so key to who he was, and that he was dangerous, that he had a gun, all of this.
You're convinced Lee Harvey Oswald was the lone assassin?
I am. I haven't seen anything that supports any other conclusion.
Marina left Ruth Paine's Irving home one night after the assassination. Despite Ruth's repeated efforts to contact her, months would pass before the two women spoke again.
We didn't, have a lot to say to each other. I think she was terribly embarrassed by what it had meant in my life. She had known that Lee had tried to kill somebody.
Abandoned by Marina, Ruth Paine was discovered by conspiracy theorists. The Quaker peacenik, the longtime anti-war activist, was labeled by some authors as part of a murderous plot to kill Kennedy and Oswald. Even Marina espouses the general theory.
Yeah, I've had a discussion with her, and she now lumps you in as part of the conspiracy.
Oh, does she really?
Yeah.
That's very sad. That's very sad. She changed somewhere, I don't know, after 5 or 10 years by people getting to her, and I suppose it's more comfortable to believe that.
Ruth Paine is still the consummate do-gooder, devoting most of her time to a Quaker charity and a health clinic in Central America. Though even there, her unwitting collision with history has caused her pain.
There was someone in Nicaragua who'd read one of the plot books, who was sure that I therefore was working for the CIA.
She has I think it really it bothered her. I think that Marina turned on her. I think she doesn't hide that well. Just like she doesn't hide her affiliation with the CIA when she's in Nicaragua.
Later on in her life, Ruth Paine goes down to Nicaragua, and there were reports of her going to Sandinista sympathizer meetings and taking notations of what went down. For many, many people, the veneer has come off Ruth and Michael Paine. I mean, they're just not credible anymore.
I know a woman who in the early 1990s worked with Ruth Paine as a Christian peace activist in Nicaragua. This was during the time of the Civil War in Nicaragua, during the Reagan and Bush 1 years.
It was a contentious time down there. It was very clear that the CIA was supporting the so-called Contra freedom fighters all the way. The Contras were the ones opposing the Sandinista revolution.
The Christian group that this woman and Ruth were involved with was called Pro Nica. and they were helping the poor people of Nicaragua who naturally sided with the Sandinistas.
USAID.
And because of this, these Christian peace groups were often heavily monitored by our U.S. intelligence agencies.
My work in Nicaragua was with a Quaker organization. We had a project to help the poorest of the poor in Nicaragua. And at one of these meetings, a woman showed up and proceeded to accuse me of a lot of things.
She introduced herself as Ruth Payne, representing the Quakers. And I said, well, you're not the Quaker Ruth Payne who knew Marina Oswald, are you?
This woman told me that after Sue Wheaton had told people about Ruth's association with the assassination, which they did not know about, then they became even more suspicious of her. She and others in their organization believed that Ruth was a CIA agent or an asset who was down there for the purpose of gathering information about the group.
So Ruth had a photographer that came and was with her. He was there snapping everybody. And that's when they said, well, we're doing this article for the Nicaragua Network. But Nicaragua Network had never heard of such a story.
Don't say that fast.
They were taking everybody's picture at a meeting, and we tried to take their picture, and they left. I think in her being one of the primary defenders, if not the primary defender of the official story, she's been a disinformation agent about the Kennedy assassination. So even if she didn't have prior knowledge, she continued for whatever her motives were, whether threat or pure belief, to go along with it. It's so easy to justify what you do, you know. It is for any of us.
Nicaragua, please. But Marina, she said she took that picture. She said she took that picture. She leaves Ruth. She testifies to the Warren Commission. She took that picture after she got a glow up. After her husband died, she got an immediate glow up and then testified to the Warren Commission that she'd say whatever they wanted because she was terrified that they would deport her if she didn't. So what do you mean? What do you mean? What I'm trying to say is, Maria lied. Marina lied about it all. She said whatever they wanted. So we know that he had the gun from the wife that lied, and you know the rich oil guy who's connected with George H.W. Bush. Do you see why none of this makes any sense?
Among those who don't believe are Mrs. Kenneth Porter, the former wife of leader Harvey Oswald, and Larry Howard of the JFK Assassination Information Center.
This interview goes downhill really fast.
Attention mostly concentrated on him or me as some kind of attraction.
All right, the first question that I have for you is that all kinds of ballistic tests show that the bullets, in fact, came from that rifle. That was his rifle. You took a picture of him with it. His palm prints and fingerprints were all over the school book depository.
You have been misinformed.
Well,
you have been misinformed.
There is a new book out. There is, yes, Mrs. Porter, there is a new book.
Forget about this book. It's like a wallpaper in a room full of termites.
Have you read it?
It can cover up. No, but I have seen some pieces over there. It's ridiculous.
But this is a man...
If you can snap this an American public, you don't think very much about American people.
Well, but the fact is that, Mr. Porter, this is a man that you're maligning, a man who is a well-known independent lawyer who has a strong record of independent research, who went back through all of the evidence very carefully, and even people who have been skeptical about the original findings.
That's what he told you. That's what he paid to do. Simply convince people that the Warren Commission from the day one was right. And there's plenty evidence to prove absolutely different. Yeah, but nobody roll up the sleeves and dig in those evidence because it's inconvenient.
Why are you so eager now?
But no, he looked into the evidence. He looked into all of the evidence. He looked over very thoroughly. He decided that the guy that you marry, your husband, the father of your children. You're wrong about the father of your children, ma'am. So who are you gonna believe on this one? Her or the consummate do-gooder Quaker? Again, watch the body language. They do a mock trial of Lee Harvey Oswald in the 80s.
You, of course, are not an agent for the CIA, are you?
No.
No, you see, you laugh.
Yes, I do.
You are not an agent for the KGB, are you?
No.
Are you laughing again?
Well, you ridiculed me for laughing.
No,
once,
I
so
don't mean
won't
to
do it
ridicule
again.
you for it. I just want to know if you find the inquiry amusing.
No.
You studied Russian?
Yes.
When did you first begin to study Russian?
I think it was around 57. I had been working with a young Quaker group that was interested in cultural exchange.
Yes, it just happened, just a coincidence that you chose Russian as a language of your interest? That's just a coincidence?
No, it wasn't a coincidence at all. I'm telling you, that's because I felt it was really important to communicate between our countries in particular. This was your era of the Cold War. So.
Well, okay. It just is a coincidence that you befriended the wife of the man who was later charged with the murder of our president. That's all a coincidence too, isn't it?
Well.
Yes. And is it a coincidence that it was you, Mrs. Payne?
Yeah.
Yes? Who directed Lee to the job that put him in the Texas School Book Depository?
Yes, I think that was clearly a coincidence.
And it's just a coincidence that the gun that supposedly killed the president was located in your house? That's coincidence, isn't it?
What do you mean coincidence?
I mean, it just happened. It's just all of these things just sort of happened all around you. That's coincidence. You did give the FBI a letter that was supposed to have been written by Lee to the Soviet embassy, didn't you?
This was a draft of a letter that he left on my desk that concerned me very deeply because I could see he was lying in it. He used my typewriter, and that offended me deeply.
He left. It offended you that he lied
he'd been lying on my typewriter.
Her lip really shook when she said
draft of a letter that he left on my desk that concerned me very deeply because I could see he was lying in it. He used my typewriter, and that offended me deeply.
He left.
He definitely wrote that on my typewriter.
It offended you that he
he'd
lied
been
on
lying
your
on my typewriter. That's right.
All
I didn't know who he was writing. The letter just said, "Dear Sirs."
And he left it
and
right.
It just happens that the other letter fell out of your cookbook.
He left it on my desk. I don't know why he left it there. It seemed just as strange.
It's just strange that he left it on my desk after he wrote it on my typewriter.
Just as leaving the light on in the garage.
Well, now, wait a minute. We'll get to the light in the garage in just a minute. Now, Mrs. Payne, I want to tell you something. I've talked to you about mere coincidences, but you can see...
a little guilt by association.
Yes, you can see how when I place questions to you like this, that people can come to conclusions that you feel are wrong about.
That's true, they could.
Ruth, a lot of strangeness around Ruth. So, okay, so Marina is living with Ruth. What is Oswald doing? So Oswald is supposed to be looking for a job in New Orleans. So during this period of time, he's down in New Orleans working for the Riley Coffee Company, which a lot of people think is already a CIA front. Get this, Four of the people that Lee Harvey Oswald is working with at the Riley Coffee Company go on to work for NASA. That's just a coincidence. And that their owner is like a far right wing who's donating money to Sergio Arcacha Smith's anti-Castro Cuban exile group. So his boss is a rabid anti-commie who's donating to Sergio Arcacha Smith's anti-Castro group. I want to introduce, if you haven't seen Dino before, you're in for a treat. This has a little more to do with the Clay Shaw Garrison trial, but I want to give you gotta know this guy because he's a character, okay? So Lee Harvey Oswald, remember, he got this discharge changed over to an undesirable discharge. He goes to see this lawyer, this guy, Dean Andrews, to see if he can get his discharge changed to a fucking honorable discharge or whatever. So he goes to Dean Andrews.
The big loser in the case so far is Dean Andrews, a hippie-talking lawyer and assistant district attorney known as the Fat Man. He told the Warren Commission that the day Kennedy died, a man called Clay Bertrand asked him to represent Oswald. Garrison maintains Clay Bertrand is Clay Shaw. Andrews says he isn't, but because of conflict in his testimony, he got 18 months for perjury.
I'm not in a position to comment. I'm under closure because of a court order directing those persons involved, the principals, that is, prohibiting comment on the case. To my right, or to the audience's left, is my chief counsel, John Dowling, and to his right is his associate counsel, Walter Kelly, and I would suggest that I turn the question over to my capable counselors.
That I sometimes wonder if the entire so-called assassination probe isn't a psychedelic reaction of a district attorney with an overstimulated imagination.
Psychedelic reaction.
Come to Bourbon Street and I'll show you what I think of the case. The greatest lies are told in the name of truth. The greatest crimes are committed in the name of justice. The quotation is Jim Garrison's. It could be used for him or against him in this strange case. Good night.
Amazing. So that's Dean Andrews. That's right. Shucking me like corn. Shucking me like corn.
Former friend Dean Andrews before the grand jury where he's been indicted for perjury. Before that happened, Andrews talked with us.
Man, I wouldn't know Clay Shaw if I fell across him on the street dead.
Has the occasion arisen for you to take,
Man, you're awful sweaty.
listen to Clay Shaw's
yes,
voice?
since all this popped up, they had him on TV, so I just shut my eyes and listened to the voice, and that's not the voice.
In other words, you're saying that Clay Bertrand is not Clay Shaw?
I'm saying that the voice of Clay Shaw is not the voice that I identify as Clay Bertrand.
All right, now you have seen Clay Bertrand on 2 occasions.
2 times.
You have seen Clay Shaw's picture in the newspaper.
Since this happened, many times.
Okay. Can you say positively that the person you knew as Clay Bertrand is not the person you have seen as Clay Shaw?
Scout's honor, he is not.
Scout's honor.
Now, did Mr. Garrison at one point ask you about certain operations, pick 2 names out of the air?
Right.
Now, why did you do that?
Well, I don't know what he's up to. He's picking me like chicken, shucking me like corn, stewing me like an oyster. I mean, he ain't put nothing down but air, so I'll give him 2 names, see which way he's going.
In other words, you made up 2 names to see what he was going to do with them.
Yeah, just
right. What did he do with them?
Pick 2 names out of the air, just shucking my corn. So you gotta picture this guy, hear his voice in your head as I'm reading this. So he's being interviewed by the Warren Commission because Lee Harvey Oswald shows up. I'm advised by the FBI that you told them that Lee Harvey Oswald came into your office sometime during the summer in 1963. Would you tell us in your own words just what happened as far as that is concerned? Well, I don't recall the dates, but briefly it is this. Oswald came into my office accompanied by some gay kids. Excuse me? Oh, I said Oswald came into my office accompanied by some gay kids. They were these Mexicanos. Yeah, he wanted to find out what could be done in connection with his discharge. Look, yellow paper discharge. I explained to him, you just take a little medication for that discharge. He said, no, that's not the kind of discharge I'm talking about. And he brought the money, and I said I'd do the work, and I was talking about 3 or 4 times subsequent to that. Not in the company of those gay kids. He had this Mexicano with him. I assume he's a Mex, because the Latins, they don't wear that butch haircut. Now, the first time he came in, he was with these Mexicans, and there was also some gay kids. This is all in the Warren Commission. There were gay kids. By that, of course, you mean these people appeared to be homosexuals. Where they swish, you know. What they are, I don't know. We call them gay kids. And if you've seen any of these gay kids before, none of them. And have you seen any of them since then? Since the first time they came? Yeah, yeah. You have? Yeah. Well, did they ever come back with Oswald? No, those Mexicans came back one time, though. Where did you see these gay kids? 1st District Precinct Police picked them up for wearing clothes of the opposite sex. I seen these gay kids. You know, they swish, you know. I don't know what you call them, but we call them gay kids. I seen them later. They was down at the 1st Precinct. Police picked them up for wearing clothes of the opposite sex. This swishing gentlemen. Well, how many of these swishing gentlemen were they? Oh, about 50. 50. Yeah. 50 gay kids. Oswald was hanging out with 50 of those Mexicano swishes, you know, who was still street swishes. That's hanging out and wearing women's clothes. About 50 of them. 50. Well, they weren't all with Oswald, were they? No, Oswald, you see, they made what was called a scoop, and they picked them all up and put them in the pokey. And I went down for the ones I represented. They were holding them in the pavilion. I paroled those ones and got them out. Now, you do represent from time to time some of these gay kids, is that correct? Oh yeah. Now you say that these gay kids that you saw of the time that the police arrested this group that they were wearing clothes of the opposite sex? Were they the ones who had been with Oswald? Oh yeah, most definitely. Were you able to identify them by name? Oh no, you know, they come and go. We open up files on them. We don't open a file. We mark it as what's called a working file, you see. We make a few little notes. We put down a little general week's work. And if you come back in the office and is retained, we make a permanent file. But these gay kids, they just come and go, you know. I bet they come and go. And how many times did he come into your office? Yeah, a minimum of 3, maximum of 5, counting the initial visit. And did you talk about different subjects at different times? As I understand, the first time he came here, he's primarily concerned about his discharge. Oh yeah, he's talking about that discharge. I told him, take some penicillin, you'll be fine, boy. But as a matter of subject of these visits reverse back because with the company he kept in the conversation, he could talk fairly well. I figured that this was another one of what we call in my office a free alley client. We called him a free alley client, so we didn't maintain the normalcy of a permanent file like that. Might have scratched a few notes on a piece of pad, something like that. Don't pay too much attention. Only time I really paid attention to that boy, he was down in front of the Maison Blanche building giving out these kooky Castro things. Only time I saw him, he was out there handing out these kooky Castro things. And did he tell you that he was getting paid to hand out these kooky Castro literature? Yeah? Did he say how much? No, he did not. Somebody was paying him to hand out kooky Castro flyers while he's hanging out with fit gay kids of the cross-dressing variety. He was handing out these leaflets. Oh yeah, they was these black and white pamphlets that stolen the virtues of Castro, which around here doesn't do too good. Got a lot of those guys, these Mexicanos and these Cubans, they'll tear your head off for fooling around with these things. And what were they? They were just these pamphlets, these little single sheet pamphlets. Just one sheet, or was it a booklet? What color were the pamphlets? Were they on white paper? I think they were white paper offset with black. Could it have been yellow paper? Look, I'm totally colorblind. I would not know. I would not know on account of my colorblindedness, but I think it was black and white. And how far was this from the international trademark? Well, that depends on what kind of route you might take, but he's hanging out with fit gay kids. Fit gay kids handing out those kooky Castro things at the international trademark. And who works the internet? Oh, that's right. Clay Shaw. Clint Bertrand. 50 gay kids handing out kooky Castro leaflets. He's got these kooky Castro things that stolen the virtues of Castro.
This is the first of a series of Latin listening post interviews with persons more or less directly concerned with the conflict between the United States and Cuba. In subsequent programs, we will present talks with people who are connected with the Cuban refugee organizations, people who are connected with President Batista, and U.S. citizens with direct stakes in the outcome of the Cuban situation. Tonight we have with us a representative of probably the most controversial organization connected with Cuba in this country. The organization, the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. The person, Lee Oswald, Secretary of the New Orleans Chapter to the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. This organization has long been on the Justice Department's blacklist and is a group which is generally considered to be the leading pro-Castro body in the nation.
No, sir, I'm not a communist, and I think that the red herring and so forth is rather ridiculous to toss into this conversation.
Then are you a Marxist?
Well, I have studied Marxist philosophy, yes, sir, and also other philosophers.
But are you a Marxist? I think you did admit on an earlier radio interview that you consider yourself a Marxist.
Well, I would very definitely say that I am a Marxist. That is correct. But that does not mean, however, that I'm a communist.
What is the difference between the two?
Well, there's a great deal of difference. Several American parties in several countries are based on Marxism, such as Ghana. Certain countries have characteristics of a socialist system, such as Great Britain with its socialized medicine. These, then, are the differences between an outright communist country and countries which adhere to leftist or Marxist principles.
In your work with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, what are you advocating?
We advocate restoration.
He's all right.
Committee, what are you advocating?
We advocate restoration of diplomatic, trade, and tourist relations with Cuba.
He's handing out his kooky Castro flyers. his pro-Castro organization, his one-man pro-Castro organization, and it's stamped 544 Camp Street. Everyone welcome. So what's at 544 Camp Street? So at 544 Camp Street, the headquarters for the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, the pro-Castro organization, is also the headquarters for a bunch of anti-Castro organizations, and it's also the offices for Guy Bannister, investigator. Oh, there's a whole bunch of things right across the street. I'll show you in a second. There's a whole lot of spook stuff going on just this one corner, but Guy Bannister has his offices there. An avid anti-communist, member of the Minuteman and John Birch Society, supported anti-Castro groups in the New Orleans area, including the Cuban Democratic Revolutionary Front, Anti-Communist League of the Caribbean, Friends of Democratic Cuba. Bannister participated in every anti-communist South and Central American revolution that came along, acting as key liaison man for the U.S. government-sponsored anti-communist activities in Latin America. Bannister was a former member of the FBI who was present during the killing of John Dillinger and was involved in investigating the American Communist Party. He apparently had ties directly to J. Edgar Hoover, and J. Edgar Hoover was so impressed by Bannister's work, and in 1938 he promoted him to run the FBI unit in Butte, Montana, and Bannister would even impress his friends by saying that he had a direct line to J. Edgar Hoover himself, pictured here holding this futuristic True Wolf. What is that? Get back to me. The Guy Bannister is an old FBI G-man who moved after leaving the FBI, moves to Louisiana, becomes assistant superintendent of the New Orleans Police Department, where he's investigating organized crime, corruption within the police force, and looking into the activities of left-wing political activists. So he has a private investigation. He has a private investigators. Also, he was involved in apprehending the notorious Springfield beer baron. But he's keeping tabs on all of these left-wing groups, right? Through his private investigation offices that are at 544 Camp Street, the same place that Lee Harvey Oswald has his Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Oh, you didn't know that? No, he was instrumental in apprehending the Springfield beer baron. He established his own private detective agency, which would later be found stamped on the Fair Play for Cuba Committee leaflets, those kooky Castro flyers that Oswald was handing out. And was also home to Sergio Arcacha Smith's Crusade for Free Cuba Committee. Bannister was implicated in this is wild. He was implicated in a 1961 raid on a munitions depot in Houma, Louisiana, in which various weapons, grenades, and ammunition were stolen and reportedly had been stacked in Bannister's back room by several witnesses. A newspaper reported an allegation that Bannister serves as the munitions supplier for the 1961 Bay of Pigs invasion and continued to deal weapons from his office until 1963. So these guys stole a bunch of munitions from an army depot. And they stored it in his office, and this all went to these anti-Castro Cubans for the Bay of Pigs. Wild. Was Ferry part? Yep, we're getting to Ferry. In 1963, Bannister and anti-Castro activist David Ferry began working for a lawyer named G. Ray Gill and his client, New Orleans mafia boss Carlos Marcello. So David Ferry, who we'll get to in a minute, and Bannister, they're working for this lawyer, G. Ray Gill, who's in the back, who his client is mob boss Carlos Marcello. And they were working together in attempts to block Marcello's deportation to Guatemala that was all part of, like, the Kennedys deporting him. And he got off, by the way, the same day that Kennedy died. Weird. Bannister assisted David Ferry in his dispute with Eastern Airlines due to his crimes against nature and extortion. We'll get to that. So all of this stuff, all of this, the munitions that they're getting, it's Operation Mongoose. I won't get too deep into the weeds about it, but you know the exploding cigar thing? Well, that's all disinfo to distract you from all of this stuff. In the late 50s, under Dwight D. Eisenhower's presidential administration in the early 1960s, under JFK, the CIA had been brainstorming and implementing plots to assassinate Fidel Castro, going as far as enlisting the help of the American mafia leaders such as Johnny Rosselli and Santa Trafficante Jr. to assist in carrying out their plans. Many assassination ideas were floated in the CIA in the covert operation, which was dubbed Operation Mongoose. The most infamous was the CIA's alleged plot to capitalize on Castro's well-known love of cigars by slipping into his supply a very real and lethal exploding cigar. While numerous sources state the exploding cigar plot was fact, at least one source asserts simply to be a myth, while another suggests it was merely a supermarket tabloid fodder. I think it was all disinfo to distract you from all of this. Like David Ferry. And I have to stop and preface this by saying what I'm about to tell you about David Ferry. I can't condone anything that David Ferry did. I mean, what David Ferry did was deplorable. However, David Ferry is a interesting person. You can be a deplorable human being and do terrible, horrible things and still be fascinating. David Ferry. Who's David Ferry? David Ferry has his hands in a little bit of everything. David Ferry. Oh yeah, we're gonna get to that. But I just want you to see this face, because this face, this is the face that people should think of when they think of the Kennedy assassination. So who is David Ferry? Well, he started as a good Catholic boy who wanted to become a priest, but due to his emotional instability, he was defrocked. I have a picture of, as a priest, when he was studying to become a priest, but due to his emotional instability when being around young men, instead he obtained a pilot's license and began teaching aeronautics, where he moved to New Orleans and he worked as a pilot for Eastern Airlines until losing his job in 1961 after being arrested twice on morals charges. So I have a picture of him as an Eastern Airlines pilot. And he also flew like covert missions, like in U-2s. Like, here he is wearing a flight jumpsuit for a U-2 spy plane. Like, the dude's wild. He was hopped up on goofballs, flying through the stratosphere on U-2s. He had his own little office at this airport where, like, he owned a bunch of airplanes, and when he died, they all went to Barry Seal, who was a famous drug smuggler, and so Ferry's, smuggling drugs, hooking up with young men. And when he was in New Orleans, he served as an instructor for the Civil Air Patrol, where on July 27, 1955, a 15-year-old Lee Harvey Oswald joined his squadron. So David Ferry was molesting all of these boys in the Civil Air Patrol, and Lee Harvey Oswald was in his squad when he was 15. Okay, are you following so far? So all of these kids are getting molested by David Ferry in the Civil Air Patrol. Oswald's one of them. Who started the Civil Air Patrol? Why, it was David Byrd, the guy who owned the Texas School Book Depository. Because you can't make this shit up.
So, just who was this man, David Ferry, who recruited both Barry Seal and Lee Harvey Oswald? Just how much can CIA agents get away with? Would you believe child molestation? In 1961, David Ferry was arrested on numerous charges of pedophilia. Meet the New Orleans cops who busted Ferry for molesting young boys.
Well, from the statements we got, we arrested, I think, if I can remember correct, was harboring runaways, contributed to delinquency of juveniles, and I think there was a crime against nature.
Well, we were investigating a Civil Air Patrol outfit whose parents were complaining to us that their boys were, from time to time, on runaway status, were missing, and had been missing for some time. We discovered that he was having sexual relations with the boys, contributing to their delinquency, doing things like if he moved into a new apartment, all the boys would sit around in a circle and masturbate, celebrating the new event. We arrested him. We executed a search warrant as properly as the law calls for.
Normally, anyone arrested for molesting children wants to slip into a hole somewhere and pull it in after him. Instead, David Ferry had warrants issued for the police officers who arrested him.
We discovered that arrest warrants were put out for us. Arrest warrants for myself and other men who had been on the raid at his home. And it was a big shock to me to find that he had secured arrest warrants for our arrests. It was a frightening moment for me because I couldn't imagine having done anything wrong, and to have a search warrant out for me, an arrest warrant out for me was somewhat terrifying, but it went on for a number of days, the fright and the fear and the intimidation that I felt.
Couldn't believe it. It's never happened before, anything like that, you know? I figured he had to know somebody, and that's the only thing I could figure. He had a little power.
That here was a man with incredible power. He had some power somewhere to do this to us. And we were, as I said, was 40 years ago, we were young, naive young men. We didn't quite understand what was happening to us. But the thought occurred to me that he had a CIA connection. It did occur to me, and I had really no idea where it was coming from. But I knew it was some incredible force behind him, helping him.
What happened next was even more bizarre.
Remember all of this because I'm going to connect the dots here.
It's a time when
it's going to blow your mind.
I started getting phone calls from Cubans who claimed that they were head of the Cuban Revolutionary Front here in New Orleans. And on one occasion, I was told that they could deliver runaway boys for me. This was from the Cubans. If we would promise not to prosecute Captain Ferry.
In America, when you work for the CIA, being connected means never having to say you're sorry, as we will now see in the budding career of the
David Ferry, no! Get away from that baby, David Ferry. So remember all this. Remember all this. David Ferry having, like, people put out search warrants on the people who were trying to arrest him. Remember all of this. So David Ferry, it was rabidly anti-communist, accusing previous U.S. presidential administrations of being sellouts to communism. He was working with Cuban exile Sergio Arcacha Smith, head of the CIA-backed Cuban Democratic Revolutionary Front for New Orleans, where Ferry soon became Arcacha Smith's eager partner in counter-revolutionary activities. In the 60s, Ferry became involved with Guy Bannister. Bannister also worked for Ferry's associate, Sergio Arcacha Smith. In 1962, both Bannister and Arcacha Smith maintained offices in the Newman Building, the same address printed on Lee Harvey Oswald's distributed Kooky Castro things. Bannister assisted Ferry in his dispute with Eastern Airlines regarding charges brought against Ferry by the airline and local New Orleans police of crimes against nature and extortion. I think you can read between the lines for that. During this period, Ferry was often seen in Bannister's office. And according to several witnesses, Ferry and Bannister also worked together in the fall of 1963 for lawyer G. Ray Gill on behalf of Gill's client, New Orleans mafia boss Carlos Marcello, in an attempt to block Marcello's deportation to Guatemala. Ferry was the pilot who flew Carlos Marcello back into the United States from Guatemala after he'd been deported by the Kennedys. This is a recording of David Ferry.
On Saturday, August the 26th, that articles appeared in the New Orleans newspapers accusing me of many things, including enticing juveniles to immorality by a combination of alcohol, hypnotism, and aviation. I was charged with flying...
A combination of alcohol, hypnotism, and aviation to lure in...
Accusing me of many things, including enticing juveniles to immorality by a combination of alcohol, hypnotism, and aviation. I was charged with flying juveniles into Cuba and sundry other things. 2 men driving one New Orleans police car came to my home one evening. I could not read badge numbers or get the names from the blue identification cards in time. They agreed to help frame me. They were given a variety of charges that they could pick from: theft of an aircraft, jewel theft, armed robbery, dealing in contraband goods, dealing in contraband arms, illegal reentry into the United States from flights over Cuba. Since I have direct knowledge of how some of the killings have been engineered in New Orleans by New Orleans police, some unidentified policemen threatened to have me killed. In adding all of this data, I considered my situation both fantastic and hopeless. From this moment on, I have lived in terror and with fear that nothing can save me from these people. I then fled in fear of my life.
So read between the lines that he has some kind of association with the police department, that he's able to have knowledge about stuff that goes on in the police department, that he has connections with not being investigated. So I'm going to connect some dots for you in a minute. Hang in there. So on the same day that Kennedy was assassinated, Carlos Marcello was also acquitted on his deportation case in New Orleans by private investigator Guy Bannister and one of his employees, Jack Martin. This fantastically healthy-looking specimen of a man who's totally not withering away from alcoholism. Jack Martin and Guy Bannister, believe it or not, were drinking at a bar the day Kennedy's killed. And on returning to their office, they get into an argument on which Martin said something to Bannister along the lines of, "What are you gonna do? Kill me like you all did Kennedy?" And Bannister took out his .357 Magnum and pistol whipped Martin. After that, Martin told the police that he believed that Ferry and Bannister might have been involved in JFK's assassination. Martin also claimed that Ferry had known Oswald in their days from the New Orleans Civil Air Patrol. Martin also claimed that Ferry had driven from New Orleans to Texas the night before the assassination, and when questioned by the FBI, Ferry stated that he and his two friends just went to a skating rink in Houston, about 240 miles from Dallas, just before the president was killed. And, they just wanted to go skating in Dallas. And Ferry said that he'd been, considering the feasibility of possibly buying a skating rink. Perhaps, maybe. And so they just wanted to gather information about the ice skating rink business. And he stated that... He spoke at length to the owner of the skating rink concerning the cost and installation of owning a skating rink. Jack Martin also contacted the FBI and told the FBI that Ferry might have been hypnotizing Oswald with a combination of drugs and hypnotism and aviation to kill the president. And then after Oswald's arrested, Ferry goes crazy, contacts some of his former Civil Air Patrol associates, trying to get more information about Oswald. Did I molest that kid? Ferry had come looking for photographs of the cadets to see if Oswald was pictured in any of the photos in Ferry's squadron. He clearly wanted to find out if he was one of the kids that he diddled. And Martin claimed that during the summer of '63, Ferry, Bannister, Oswald, and a group of anti-Castro Cuban exiles were involved in operations against Castro's Cuba that involved gun-running activities and burglarizing armories. As Garrison continued his investigation, he became convinced that a group of right-wing extremists, including Ferry, Bannister, Clay Shaw, were all involved in the conspiracy to kill Kennedy. And as news of the story broke about the investigation, Ferry was found dead in his apartment. 2 unsigned, undated, typed suicide notes were found at Ferry's apartment. Garrison said, "I suppose it could be found just a little bit of a weird coincidence that the night that Ferry penned 2 suicide notes, he just happened to die of natural causes." So David Ferry's dead, pens 2 suicide notes, dies of a heart attack. And I've got a question for you. If you've been paying attention, when David Ferry kicked the bucket, what was he reading? When David Ferry kicked the bucket the same day as his friend Eladio Del Valle, who is also an active member of the Free Cuba Committee, formed by Sergio Arcacha Smith, also worked for Santos Trafficante and his friend, him and David Ferry. They used to go firebomb sugar fields in Cuba together like bros do. And on the same day that David Ferry died, Eladio Del Valle was murdered. And the police reported that Del Valle had been tortured, shot in the heart at point-blank range, and his skull had been split open with an axe. The murder has never been solved, and he died only within hours of David Ferry. On the same day, that's a good guess, Nabokov. across. No. Wrong. The same day that Eladio de Valle was murdered and split through the head with an axe, and David Ferry kicked the bucket. The last book that he was reading, allegedly, that David Ferry was reading before he died was Inquest. What's Inquest? Inquest is a book about the JFK assassination written by Edward J. Epstein. The Edward J. Epstein, you know, that one, the Edward J. Epstein that's besties with Jeffrey Epstein. If you've been paying attention at home, yes way. I told you, it all connects. It all, yeah. Now check this out. Now, Lee Harvey Oswald supposedly hanging out down in New Orleans with all of these right-wing lunatics. He's a left-wing lunatic. Now, at the same time, it's apparent that in the early 60s there was a CIA operation being conducted out of the old post office. Can we talk about the mail? I've been dying to talk about the mail.
And I got a paper trail to prove it. Check this out. Take a look at this. Jesus Christ. That right there is the mail. Now let's talk about the mail. Can we talk about the mail, please, Mac? I'm dying to talk about the mail with you all day, okay? Pepe Sylvia. This name keeps coming up over and over again. Every day, Pepe's mail's getting sent back to me. Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. I look in the mail. Well, this whole box is Pepe Sylvia.
So right across from the Newman Building in Lafayette Square, there's an old post office where there's a CIA operation being run out of. Who moved to... Why, Carrie Thornley moved into Fred's Inn across from Lafayette Square from the complex right around. Go with Carrie Thornley. And among the CIA employees who had post office keys, one of them was freelance writer Carrie Thornley. Wow, isn't that weird that Carrie Thornley just happened to follow? He happened to be where Oswald was in El Toro. He happened to be where Oswald was in Atsugi. And he happens to be where Oswald was in New Orleans. And one of those gay kids, one of those aforementioned swish boy gay kids, Perry Russo, when he's interviewed, when swishy swish boy Perry Russo is interviewed about seeing Oswald, he's gonna say that he was sort of a dirty blonde hair with a husky beard, a typical beatnik, extremely dirty, you know. He said Oswald was the person who Ferry had introduced him to him and his roommate sometime around 1963. Russo said that him and Ferry were talking in a car at Ferry's at a service station. Russo described a conspiracy plot with Shaw and a rifle-toting Leon Oswald at Ferry's apartment when Russo was visiting. And Russo said Ferry told him, "We're gonna kill JFK and it won't be long." And he described Leon Oswald, as a dirty, blonde hair, husky beatnik, dirty. And if you put a beard on Oswald, hear me out here, guys. If you put a beatnik beard on Oswald, it's Carrie Thornley. It's fucking Carrie Thornley is impersonating Oswald in New Orleans. I fucking told you, there is no Pepe Sylvia.
So I go to Pepe's office, and what do I find out, Mac? What do I find out? There is no Pepe Sylvia. The man does not exist, okay? So I decided, oh, shit, buddy, I gotta dig a little deeper. There's no Pepe Sylvia. You gotta be kidding me. I got boxes full of Pepe.
I got boxes full of Lee Harvey Oswald. No, you don't. It's Carrie Thornley. Remember? He's part of Discordianism. It's a religion devoted to chaos, to sowing disorder, to spreading disinformation. Clearly, you don't understand. Now you're beginning to notice what is the significance of the missing left nipple. Of course, the infamous Bavarian Illuminati.
Exclusive. Another conspirator who raced his friend, Lee Harvey Oswald, to kill the president.
I want him dead. I would have shot him myself. I would have stood there with the rifle and pulled the trigger if I'd had the chance. I wanted to shoot him. I wanted to assassinate him very much.
You have just seen and heard a man called Kerry Thornley, who used the exotic background of New Orleans as his headquarters for a deranged plot to assassinate President John F. Kennedy. His one regret, his good friend and Marine buddy Lee Harvey Oswald got there before him. In fact, he was so close to Oswald that he even wrote a book about him before the assassination. Now again, listen to the words of Kerry Thornley and shudder.
I want him dead. I would have shot him myself. I would have stood there with the rifle and pulled the trigger if I'd had the chance. I told the Secret Service, I said the only reason I didn't kill him was because I wasn't in the right place at the right time with a gun.
The world met Kerry Thornley in 1964 when he testified before the Warren Commission. In 1968, New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison charged him with perjury in the conspiracy to kill President Kennedy. Garrison got it all wrong.
If I met him, I would say, Garrison, you should not have gone after me for perjury. You should have gone after me for conspiracy to commit murder. I did not commit murder.
It should have been me.
However, I was involved in a conspiracy to murder John F. Kennedy.
In Jim Garrison's book, On the Trail of the Assassins, the basis of Oliver Stone's hit movie JFK, the former district attorney alleges that Thornley impersonated Oswald to set him up as a patsy in the assassination.
Jim Garrison thought that I was impersonating Oswald or that I was coaching others to do so as to frame Oswald for the Kennedy assassination so that the true assassins could escape. Garrison thought that I double-crossed Oswald, that I set Oswald up for the assassination, which offended me enormously. I said I would gladly have killed Kennedy. I wouldn't have betrayed Oswald, though.
Thornley is still angry. He would never betray Oswald. They were in the same Marine outfit in 1959. They looked alike, they thought alike, and they acted off the same script of life. They were buddies.
Script of life.
Did you like it?
He was intellectual, he was well-read, he was intelligent, he was funny. Yeah, I liked him a lot.
Yeah, because you're talking about yourself.
Thornley, as a young man, liked Oswald so much that from this apartment on Napoleon Street in the French Quarter of New Orleans, wrote this book called Idle Warriors, in which Oswald appears as the hero. And that was 1 year before the assassination. That manuscript landed Thornley a grueling session in front of the Warren Commission. Then, an indictment by DA Jim Garrison. The book was locked away as part of evidence. When you think of John F. Kennedy being assassinated, do you feel anything inside?
My only regret is that it led to the war in Vietnam. That's my only regret about it at all. Other than that, I'd as soon shoot him all over again. You know, I think he was a bastard. I still think he was a bastard for different reasons now than I did then.
Thornley's boasting hatred of Kennedy, his friendship with Oswald in the Marines, the fact he lionized Oswald in his manuscript and bore a credible resemblance to the accused killer, well, that got Thornley an invitation to a party he desperately wanted to join.
Brother-in-law said,
You got it. They did meet in Ferry Civil Air Patrol.
Kerry, I think John F. Kennedy is a menace to this country, and I think he ought to be assassinated. And I said, so do I.
Thornley and brother-in-law plotted
A lot of weird stuff keeps coming back to the Civil Air Patrol.
the ways to kill Kennedy for the next year, up until 2 weeks before he was actually assassinated.
2 weeks before the assassination, he says, the only remaining question is who to frame for it. And I says, why do you want to frame somebody for it? And he says, people need answers. He says, I figure I'll frame some jailbird. And I said, why don't you just frame some communist? And he smirked, I have my suspicions that whoever I was talking to out there in Harahan, Louisiana, was at the center of the conspiracy. Whoever he was, yeah. The man I call brother-in-law, I think he was. Close to it, if not at the very center.
Thornley, not surprisingly, is an extreme right-winger. However, he has never risen to a job higher than a doorman. He says he hated Kennedy because he believed the president had tried to exclude extremists from the political process.
I felt he was dangerous. about freedom of speech and about economics.
The Warren Commission, why didn't you talk about your conspiracies previously?
I talked to everybody who'd listen about killing Kennedy the whole time I was down here for 3 years, you know. They didn't ask me, I wasn't going to bring
It's almost like I talked to whoever about
killing
it.
Kennedy the whole time I was down here for 3 years, you know. They didn't ask me, I wasn't going to bring it up, you know. It didn't seem relevant. I thought Oswald did it anyway. It didn't seem relevant to me, you know.
Thornley says he no longer believes killing people is the solution to political problems. Now
What a strange agenda. Yeah, no, call me crazy. I think some of what was Lee Harvey Oswald in New Orleans, I think it was Carrie Thornley. But here, I've got another one for you. I've got another weird connection. So it wasn't just Carrie Thornley who showed back up in Oswald's life when he was in New Orleans. There was another strange figure who orbited around Oswald in that time. Hang with me on this one. How Oswald's childhood friend found himself in Israel and ended up helping the Mossad. Do I have your attention? Being called to testify before the Warren Commission on JFK's assassination was only one milestone in the extraordinary life of Ephraim O'Sullivan. He also helped foil a plot to assassinate Nixon. As we're gonna find out, this guy is did a lot to Ephraim O'Sullivan. Lee Harvey Oswald was always Lee. Even after he assassinated JFK, Lee was the kid who lived down the street from him in a working class neighborhood in New Orleans. The classmate who always sat next to him in alphabetical order in junior high homeroom. Ephraim, back then still known as Fred, remembered Lee as a loner kid who he unsuccessfully tried to recruit in high school to the drill team of the Civil Air Patrol, as he would later testify to the Warren Commission that investigated Kennedy's assassination. Oswald carried himself always erect and gave him the impression that he could be marching, or may be marching, eyes straight ahead, eyes straight, shoulders back, and he impressed me as the sort of fellow that could really fit well on the drill team, O'Sullivan told the commission. So wait, I missed that part. Did he recruit him to the Civil Air Patrol? No fucking shit. He seemed like he could, he even gave the impression that he could make a pretty good leader if he ever got into the squadron. No fucking way. O'Sullivan added. At the time, O'Sullivan was a 26-year-old police detective on the New Orleans Vice Squad, a cop in the city like his Irish-American father and grandfather before him. Yeah, just helping out the Mossad. No, this goes deep. Nobody else talks about this connection. This guy is Fred O'Sullivan, Irish-American cop in New Orleans. Always looks super rad, by the way. Always looks super rad as a cop. A Catholic who grew up not knowing any Jews, he converted to Judaism in 1967 and caught the Zionist bug, moved his family to Israel on the third day of the 1973 Yom Kippur War and became a policeman in Jerusalem. According to his son, he helped out the Mossad on occasion. You know, part-time Mossad. His father was someone who, in his policing days in New Orleans, helped foil a plot to assassinate President Richard Nixon and arrested a KKK leader en route to planting a bomb at the home of the local head of the Anti-Defamation League. Was targeted by the KKK for his work in trying to break up that group in New Orleans, and in 1973 was shot in the arm by a young black man targeting white police officers from a hotel rooftop. This is fucking wild, and it doesn't stop. So his best His best friend, also an officer, and 4 other policemen and 4 civilians were killed by the gunman. An Uzi assault rifle that O'Sullivan had helped procure from Israeli contacts was the weapon that killed the man, said this is his son. I told you, he always looked fucking rad. Yeah, just part-time Mossad. He survived and it said, "I am taking my family to a safe country," and he moved us to Israel, the younger O'Sullivan said. He had visited Israel once before on a United Jewish Appeal trip with his synagogue the year before. When he couldn't afford the trip on his cop salary, the community pitched in and paid for his ticket. According to the Sun, Ephraim's path to Judaism started in some ways the night he heard Harry Belafonte's version of Hava Nagila on the jukebox at a New Orleans bar. He mistook the tune for a Gaelic song, phoned the local DJ he knew, and asked him to play the song on the radio. When the DJ put it on the air, he introduced it saying, "Here's a nice Jewish tune for a nice Jewish cop, Fred O'Sullivan." According to his son O'Sullivan, listening in was confused and angry and asked why the DJ's friend slurred him by calling him a Jew. When he heard that it was a Jewish song and it was sung in Israel, a country which he barely knew existed, he decided to buy the album and eventually started reading up in Israel and Judaism. Remember all of this. One fall, for extra money, he worked helping direct traffic at a local Reform synagogue over Rosh Hashanah. The rabbi asked him if he could come back for Yom Kippur. O'Sullivan said he would if he was allowed to use the synagogue library. By 1967, O'Sullivan had converted to Judaism with that same rabbi. As his son tells it, when Ephraim decided to convert, his father told him he would rather remember all of this. So his father tells him when he converts to Judaism that he would rather his son marry a black person than become a Jew, though he used a derogatory term for a black person. His son recounted that his father had grown up frustrated by the Catholic nuns who told him to stop asking so many questions. And he used to say, "I've been a Jew my whole life, but I didn't know that I was." So remember this whole story about his father telling him, "I'd rather you marry a black person than become a Jew." Remember that. Ephraim and his father did not speak for a couple years, but eventually reconciled. Remember this. On the family's flight to Israel to immigrate as the Yom Kippur, this is Spookaduka. On the family's flight to Israel to immigrate as the Yom Kippur waged on October 1973, the O'Sullivans were the only family on the plane. The others were young men flying back to join the war as reservists. "Everyone looked at us like we were nuts," said his son, who was 12 at the time. So this is a picture of him when he moves his family to Israel to, help out the Mossad part-time during the Yom Kippur War. They landed during a blackout, were taken directly to a bomb shelter and in an immigrant absorption center in Jerusalem. Adjusting to life in Israel during wartime and its aftermath was a challenge for then 37-year-old Ephraim O'Sullivan. Some of the people who had promised him work were killed in the war, and although he did eventually begin a job as a policeman in Jerusalem, his Hebrew was poor, and the family moved back to the United States a year and a half later. Wow, it's almost like you just kind of went to help out the Mossad on the side for a year, and then he died in 2005 at 67 from complications of diabetes. Among his papers, along with a letter written by Jackie Kennedy thanking him for testifying before the Warren Commission, were handwritten letters thanking him for his service from Menachem Begin and Yitzhak Rabin. There was also a Lebanese driver's license with his photo but a different name, and when his son, who had first seen it years before and asked his father what that was about, his father told him he was better off not knowing. He said his father helped out the Mossad, but would not elaborate. Later, he was chief of police in Ocean Springs, a town in Mississippi coast near Biloxi. He also made history there as the first Jewish chief of police in Mississippi. He never returned to Israel to live, but continued to love it there and would often visit his son, who returned to live in Israel in his 20s and raised his family there. Meanwhile, his New Orleans detective days remained a source of great stories. One his son remembers well as his father's last night of duty as a detective in the city before immigrating to Israel. It was Rosh Hashanah Eve, September 1973, and his father had received a tip from the FBI that noted Klansman Byron de LeBeckwith was heading to the city to plant a bomb at the home of the New Orleans ADL chief, Adolph Beatnik. O'Sullivan and his partner stopped de LeBeckwith before he could reach the house and arrested him. And it was in the backseat of their police car that the handcuffed de LeBeckwith confessed without prompting that he was the man who assassinated civil rights icon Medgar Evers 10 years earlier, something he had denied in 2 mistrials. In 1994, he was finally convicted of Evers' murder. O'Sullivan's written testimony was used in his trial. Wow, what a coincidence! You were childhood friends with Lee Harvey Oswald, and then you hung out with him again in New Orleans, and then he killed the president, and then you arrested the guy who killed Medgar Evers. Wow, what a coinky-dink. Not only that, but he knew David Ferry, and knew he met Ferry during his days during the Civil Air Patrol, when David Ferry was a scoutmaster of the group, you know, molesting kids like Lee Harvey Oswald. Like, it all goes fucking full circle. And who started the Civil Air Patrol? Why, David Byrd, who owned the fucking school book depository. I got boxes full of Oswald. So O'Sullivan was the police officer to examine David Ferry's plane at the airport after the assassination. Like, you remember how I said it would all come full circle? Like, David Ferry knew somebody in the police. I wonder who that could be. In his Warren Commission testimony, O'Sullivan told the investigators that he and another New Orleans detective went to examine David Ferry's plane at the New Orleans airport soon after the assassination. We wanted to check and see if it was flyable, he said, to see possibly whether he had been flying it lately, and with the thought that he maybe had transported Oswald to Dallas. We found the plane, but his plane was not in flyable condition. It had flat tires, instruments missing, needed a paint job. We also checked to see if he had rented any aircraft from any of the companies out there, and one company in particular said they wouldn't rent him an airplane. So that scouting mission appeared to be a bust, but Ferry was later mentioned as a suspect in the assassination by Jim Garrison, portrayed by Joe Pesci. His son said that his father would have probably gotten a kick out of the release of long classified documents related to the assassination. He would always say, people will always believe in conspiracy theories. There's nothing you can do. Adding that his father would have had his own unproven theories of the involvement of the mafia and possibly Fidel Castro. It's a story that won't die. But when Fred Ephraim O'Sullivan died, the former chief of police of Ocean Springs, Mississippi, he had the distinct honor of being the first Jewish chief of police in the history of the state of Mississippi and Louisiana, and succumbed to a lifelong struggle with diabetes-related health problems. In 2005, at the age of 67, a native of New Orleans, O'Sullivan was born a Catholic and served as an altar boy. He joined the police in 1958 and quickly became a detective in the Vice Squad and later the commander of the intelligence branch. And in the mid-60s, he grew close to Judaism and converted in 1967. He was proud of his Irish heritage and continued to march in the St. Patrick's Day parade wearing a green yarmulke woven with shamrocks. A few months after being shot and lightly injured by a sniper in the Howard Johnson Hotel in 1973, O'Sullivan moved his family to Israel, arriving in the midst of the Yom Kippur War. He served briefly as a policeman in the Israel Police. 2 years later, the family returned to Louisiana, where O'Sullivan was appointed chief of police in Jennings, and in 1979 he was appointed chief of police in Ocean Springs, a position he served in for 3 years. He was an amateur actor and enjoyed memorable roles with the Walter Anderson Players. O'Sullivan and his wife Dina alternated their homes between Minnesota and the Gulf Coast until finally settling down permanently in Ocean Springs in 1995. A classmate of Lee Harvey Oswald, O'Sullivan testified before the Warren Commission, which investigated the assassination of President Kennedy. And in his later years, O'Sullivan became a history teacher and ran Spiral Gallery, an art gallery on Government Street, which drew an avant-garde poetry reading crowd on Mississippi Saturday nights. Remember that story about how his father said he'd rather you marry a black person than become a Jew? Well, let's look a little bit about who his father was. The first tank ever acquired by the state of Israel was a gift from an O'Sullivan. Toward the end of the Second World War, Thomas O'Sullivan of Bantry, County Cork, decided to join the British Army. He was assigned to Coldstream Guards, which was first unit to liberate Bergen-Belsen concentration camp. After the war, he was transferred to the 6th Airborne Division and was posted in Egypt along the Suez Canal. And in 1947, his unit was moved to Palestine, where his anti-British sentiments led him to befriend some of the members of the local Haganah Jewish underground. One night, fortified with a few belts of whiskey, O'Sullivan roared out of his base in Haifa with a liberated Cromwell tank. It was the Jewish state's first tank. O'Sullivan stayed in Israel to fight its war of independence and married a Jewish girl who had been raised in the Cayman Islands. So his father, who said, "I'd rather you marry a black woman," married a Jewish woman before procuring the first tank for Israel. And eventually they moved to Louisiana, where they raised a family together. Their son, Ephraim O'Sullivan, was a policeman in New Orleans, and when the Yom Kippur War broke out in 1973, he decided to enlist in the army and serve the fledgling Jewish nation. After the war, he worked briefly as a policeman in Israel before deciding to return to the United States. Ephraim pursued a career in law enforcement, and he went on to become the police chief of Ocean Springs, the first Jewish chief in history of Mississippi. The first Jewish chief in the history of Mississippi. His son went on to become a paratrooper in Israel. So that story about how I'd rather you marry a black woman, turns out it was bullshit. So story goes, right? We have a missing rifle. So Oswald used the rifle to shoot a General Walker. He's in New Orleans. Where's the rifle during that time? Ruth Payne's car. That's where. So she transported his rifle in the back of her car, and according to her, she didn't know nothing because there was never a rifle there. They just had to account for where the rifle was, so it was clearly in the back of her car.
There was a report, according to the report today in the subpoena, that you are supposed to have brought Marina and the gun from New Orleans to Dallas. Was there any such gun that you traveled with Marina with?
Well, I'm certainly unaware of there being a gun at all, either in my car or in the garage. Or I didn't know that Oswald had one, but I can read the papers. I can judge that he must have had one. And as near as I can figure out, it's possible it was in my car when I took Marina and her baby and most of their worldly goods from New Orleans in September of '63 to Irving here. And Lee helped pack the car. I thought it was a proper act on his part, but maybe he was also packing it in such a way that I wouldn't see him put the gun in.
So remember, if you're keeping score, the only reason that we know that Lee Harvey Oswald had this gun is because Marina, who said she took a picture, then later said she lied about that statement. And then Uncle George said he saw the gun, and he's a totally credible guy and totally blew his own head off. And then Ruth kept the gun in the back of her car, but she never saw the gun. So it's just the gun that wasn't there. All of this falls apart under the least bit of scrutiny.
6 weeks before the assassination, Oswald had taken a low-paid job as an order filler at the school book depository in downtown Dallas. Because of his impoverished circumstances, Oswald was living in the modest residential district of Oak Cliff, 4 miles out of town. Although married with 2 young daughters, weeknights were spent alone at this seedy rooming house at 1026 North Beckley, where Oswald had mysteriously registered under the name of O.H. Lee. Most weekends, however, he visited his Russian-born wife Marina and their baby daughters, who lived on the far side of town in the Irving district of Dallas. Unable to drive, he would hitch a lift with a fellow worker to this house, where his family lodged with the woman who had befriended them, a Quaker called Ruth Payne.
The idea of his having shot the president skews what everyone thinks, it seems to me, and we forget how ordinary he was, or how he would play with his children and with mine at the house on weekends. As we went by each other, I said very, very, very happy in Russian, "Our president is coming." And he just sort of brushed on by without saying anything or no really reaction, and in a way that was typical of him, so I gave it very little thought. He often didn't respond very much, but I think that evening he was especially quiet. And the officer picked up the blanket roll and just hung over his arm, and that was the point at which I felt that he could have been the one that killed the president.
It could have been Lee.
And I had this flood of feeling of what they need to know. I'm going to help them know whatever they need to know. We're going to get to the bottom of this.
I'm sure you helped them with whatever they needed. When they found the blanket roll, it was empty, so clearly there was a gun there. But whatever Ruth did or didn't see, she took with her. But don't worry, you can still relive the memories at the Ruth Payne house. This is all real fucking weird, huh?
The first van loads of visitors
This is amazing.
are getting their look inside a small South Irving home that earned a place in history.
It was certainly, the world came to our door.
The story is long, but the simple version goes like this. Go back 50 years. Ruth Payne lived here and invited a friend to stay over. That friend was married to Lee Harvey Oswald. Oswald was living here when, according to investigators, he killed President John F. Kennedy.
The story we're trying to tell here is how just a simple suburban housewife, through some acts of goodwill towards another person, got thrust into the national spotlight.
Just a consummate
The city of
do-gooder.
Irving bought the home and converted it into the Ruth Payne House Museum. Walking through the home, guests at this pre-opening reception immediately noticed the 1960s-era furnishings.
We came from the same generation, I think.
Charlene Huggins is struck by what she is seeing.
It's kind of chilling. It brings back a lot of memories of that era. And I remember the day exactly when it happened.
I thought it was amazing. I was really surprised because as a kid I played in that house.
Patrice Foster's family was friends with the Paynes.
I played with the kids. I even met Lee.
You met Lee?
Yes.
Your impressions?
Oh, she always just said, stay away from Lee, don't disturb him. So we just, we were kids. We were just running around the house.
We were just kids, and I met Lee Harvey Oswald. This weird, right? Weird. Man, he was just a loner. He just didn't talk to anybody, but everybody just seemed to know Lee Harvey Oswald, huh? That's pretty weird, huh? And the only time I've got one more little mind twister for you, okay? So, the only time that you actually really see this guy, other than all of the films that they've shown you of him passing out Kooky Castro stuff, the only time you see him after the assassination, right? They arrest this guy. They take him out. They do what they would never do these days. They take him out in the hallway. Remember, he's only accused of killing a police officer. There's a whole episode I did about that. It's too much to get into now, but he's only accused of killing a police officer. He only hears that about he's accused of killing the president when a reporter asks him in the hallway. You can watch the whole thing unfold. They take him out and he's saying, I didn't do nothing. And they take him out, they make him do like a press conference under duress, and then he screams out, I'm a patsy. Which is totally not weird at all.
Against the wall. All right, these people have given me a hearing without legal representation or anything. Did you shoot the president? I didn't shoot anybody, no, sir.
You don't have to push. Back it off.
So remember, he's only accused of shooting the police officer. He's like, I didn't shoot nobody. And then they put him up in front of a bunch of cameras. He doesn't know anything about what they're talking about.
There he is, a slight fellow with some scratches.
I positively know nothing about this situation here. I would like to have legal representation. Well, I was questioned by a judge. However, I protested at that time that I was not allowed legal representation. But during that very short and sweet hearing, I really don't know what the situation is about. Nobody has told me anything except that I'm accused of murdering a policeman. I know nothing more than that, and I do request someone to come forward to give me a legal assistance.
Did you kill the president?
No, I've not been charged with that. In fact, nobody has said that to me yet. The first thing I heard about it was when the newspaper reporters in the hall asked me that question.
You have been.
Nobody said what?
Sir?
You have been.
Nobody said what? Okay, we can't hear you then. Okay.
What did you do in Russia?
A policeman hit me.
Not weird at all, right? They just take him out there, and the first he's like, I didn't hear nothing about no president until a reporter asked me in the hallway. And then they take him away back into the hallway, and then he screams out, I'm just a patsy.
I'd like some legal representation. These police officers have not allowed me to have any. I don't know what this is all about.
I killed the black guy.
No, sir, I didn't. People keep asking me that. Sir?
Did you shoot the president?
I work in that building.
Were you in the building at the time?
Naturally, if I work in that building, yes, sir.
Back up, man.
Did you shoot the president? No, they're taking me in because of the fact that I lived in the Soviet Union. I'm just a patsy.
President?
it's also pretty weird that they knew that he was in Russia, like, within, hours, right? That's pretty weird. I'll tell you what else is weird. Someone else is there. Someone else lurking. Someone's lurking. And it wasn't David Carradine. Someone was lurking at the press conference. Jack Ruby was also at that press conference, lurking. Jack Ruby pictured here with famous actor Gary Coleman. God rest your soul, you sweet baby angel child. You were murdered, but not by Jack Ruby. No, he loved Gary Coleman. Jack Ruby, owner of the Carousel Club Burlesque House, pictured here with his entertainment. Apparently, this is what passed in those days. They look like some of those swishy cats in the wearing ladies' clothes. Jack Ruby, pictured here between a pair of strippers' tits. Everybody loved Jack Ruby. You know what? And you know who Jack Ruby loved? Gangster Norman Rothman, who was also using Jack Ruby's address to run guns to Cuba and to Israel. Because what have I been saying this entire time? What is this all about? Casinos in Cuba. Who owns the casinos? The mob. Where's the money going? Running guns. Where? Back to Cuba and to Israel. And that's what Norman Rothman's doing. Norman Rothman, aka Roughhouse, member of the La Cosa Nostra, operating in South Florida. He joined the U.S. Army in 1945. All these guys are affiliated with the Army during the war, and they're also affiliated with the mob, which should tell you they're just one and the same entity. And he was a close associate of Santo Trafficante, where they would own and operate casinos in Havana. He ran bookmaking operations in Havana, where he was also involved in running guns to Fidel Castro. Back in Miami, Rothman purchased a notable gangster hangout, the Albion Lounge, in the late 60s and early 70s. He was also involved in narcotics trafficking in Miami. And in 62, he was acquitted for conspiracy to transport and transporting stolen securities. In 69, he was arrested and indicted. In 67, he was convicted of conspiracy relating to the theft of securities. And also, when he got older, he converted to Mormonism. I'm not making any of this up. And later in life, he converted to Mormonism and he published his book. So how come a nice Jewish boy became a Mormon? Because you can't make this shit up. Anyway, Jack Ruby is lurking. He's hanging out at the press conference. He's lurking. He's in the bag. He's got his fake, like, what are they, fucking Mr. Magoo glasses. He's got his fake Mr. Magoo glasses and he's hanging out with his notepad with the press. So how did he get in? That's the burning question, right? So how did Jack Ruby get in? Because this is a press conference with the press people, right? So like, why is Jack Ruby the strip club owner? How the fuck did he get in there?
Also visible in the hall that night, Jack Ruby, a local nightclub owner who often hung around the police station.
I don't think that I ran into him that evening.
but he did bring food up for everybody.
Jack Ruby did.
Jack Ruby did, yeah.
Pretexts. He has wormed his way into police headquarters, even has observed Oswald at close range.
It remains a total mystery how Ruby gained access to the press briefing at police headquarters.
I went down to the homicide division of the Dallas police, and I guess there were 300 to 400 members of the press with cameras. And then as I was getting out of the place, somebody ran up to me and he said, "Henry, I'm Jack Ruby." And I said, "What are you doing in here?" And he said, "I represent the Jewish press."
He represents the Jewish press. That's how he got in. He came in, he said hello to me, he shook hands with me. I asked him what he was doing. He told me he was a translator for the newspapers. Of course, I knew he could speak a little Yiddish, just like Ruth Payne, and had a notebook in his hand and talked a little bit about this and that. And then he said that he brought coffee and sandwiches for the reporters, corned beef sandwiches. He said, "Nothing but kosher stuff is all I bring." And he talked a little bit about the assassination of the president. Ruby shakes hands, asks as he does about Eberhardt's wife and kids. He tells him there that he's a translator for the newspapers, brandishing a little notebook. "I'm a reporter," says Jack, tapping something on his lapel. Had he purloined a press badge? The only foreign language Eberhardt knows Jack speaks is Yiddish, but the corner outside is crammed with foreigners shouting in languages he's never heard before. Ruby tells him about the sandwiches he made for the radio reporters. "Corned beef. Nothing but kosher stuff is all I bring," Jack boasts. Jack starts talking about how it's terrible that this assassination had happened in the city. It's hard to realize that a complete nothing, a zero like that, could kill a man like Kennedy. Working as a translator for the papers. Eberhardt also recalled that when he first saw Ruby earlier that evening, Ruby carried a notepad and professed to be a translator for the Israeli press. "I'm just a translator for the Yiddish. I'm a Yiddish translator for the Israeli press. I brought corned beef sandwiches. Nothing but kosher stuff is all I bring." Just one more string to pull. So Jack Ruby. We all know he must have shot Oswald, right? We all saw him do it. Or did he? Or did he?
In a single moment, Jack Ruby blasted his way into history.
Lee Oswald has been shot.
Last night, we introduced you to the last surviving members of Ruby's Chicago family, two sisters who have never told their story before.
Jack he just lost it.
But why? The man who is buried in this modest grave near O'Hare Airport grew up here in a variety of homes on Chicago's near southwest side. Many conspiracy theorists believe it was the Chicago outfit who sent Ruby to Dallas in 1947.
If Ruby was a part of organized crime needs a new human resources director.
Bert Griffin was in charge of the Jack Ruby investigation.
Have they talked to Nancy in HR?
Warren Commission. He told NBC5 he and his team went through every facet of Ruby's Chicago days. The FBI even interviewed outfit guys like Northside Rackets boss Jimmy Allegretti. It turned up nothing.
He was a news junkie and he was a cop hanger-on.
Dallas reporter Hugh Ainsworth was there when Ruby shot Oswald. He wrote this account of the assassination. He knew Ruby, even attended his funeral here in Chicago.
And he was just a show-off and a braggart, and he wanted to tell people I saw this, I did this.
So could the mob have used Ruby to silence Oswald? Ainsworth says no way.
The mob would not hire anybody that was as loudmouth as he was.
Hugh Ainsworth didn't like Ruby, but others adored him.
Jack was a great guy.
Nancy Myers worked for Ruby, performing under the name Tammy True at his Dallas nightclub.
I used to tell him my name is Tammy True, and I know what to do for you.
The star of a new documentary about the Carousel days, Myers says she knew Ruby as well as anyone.
He was not a criminal. He was extremely upset that the President of the United States had been assassinated.
Indeed, Myers echoes the conclusions of investigators that Ruby simply acted out without planning anything.
When they brought him out, he just snapped.
He's been shot. He's been shot. Lee Oswald has been shot. There's a man with a gun. It's absolute panic. Absolute panic here in the...
He just snapped. He just snapped. He didn't plan. He had nothing premeditated about it. He just snapped. He just killed Oswald. Or did he? Or did he? I mean, after all the craziness we've seen so far, is this so crazy? I don't think he did it. I don't think Jack Ruby actually shot Lee Harvey Oswald. Hear me out. Why is it that in every photo they've got a whole entourage of press there? They have a whole shit ton of press there. And in every photo, every single iconic photo, can you see Jack Ruby's face? What do you see? You just see the back of his fucking head. Every single one from every single angle with all of these press people there, all you see is the back of his head. You just see the back of his dome from every single angle. Can you see his face? Can you see Jack Ruby's face in any of those? Do you see his face there? Do you see his face there? You sure that that's Jack Ruby? Look at the hairline. Look at the hairline. Are you sure that's Jack Ruby? Look at the little, look at the sideburns. Ruby, cut those sideburns. You sure that's Jack Ruby? You sure that's Jack Ruby? These are supposedly just, moments apart. Are you sure that's Jack Ruby? He looks thinner there than he does here. Are you sure that's Jack? It's pretty weird that every single angle you can't see his face, huh?
There is Lee Oswald. He's been shot. He's been shot. Lee Oswald has been shot. There's a man with a gun. It's absolute panic.
Absolute panic.
Absolute panic here in the...
And they just get him out of there and nobody ever sees his face. Even though they've got a bunch of cameras and a bunch of press. Did you see his face?
There is no question about it. Oswald has been shot.
Did you see this face? Can you see it there? Can you see it there? Can you see it there? Are you sure that's Jack Ruby? Watch, we're gonna dissect this. We're gonna watch this from every angle, back and to the left.
There is Lee Oswald.
Wow, why did you just zoom in right there where we can't see it? Also, if you look to your right, ladies and gentlemen, the man in the hat standing, that's supposed to be him, right there, that hat right there is him.
There is Lee Oswald. He's been shot. He's been shot. Lee Oswald has been shot.
I think
there's a man with a gun.
Now it's just absolute panic.
Absolute panic. Absolute panic here in the basement of Dallas Police Headquarters.
There was a little sleight of hand there, guys. But I think there was something there we weren't supposed to see. Look, see, that's supposed to be him right there. Like, there's his hat right there. So if he's right there standing in front of all these press people, and they've got all these cameras, but no, you just can't see his face. line here in a second. Watch closely. Slowly. First of all, you sure that's Jack Ruby? You sure that's Jack Ruby? Then watch it. Watch carefully. Watch this guy who's coming from the right. Not that guy, but the other one. Did you see it? I think there was some sleight of hand there. Let's see if we can see that again. Let's watch that again.
Now the prisoner wearing the white spider is changed.
Watch carefully.
Let me have it. I want it. Being let out by Captain Fritz. There is the prisoner. There is Lee.
Watch.
He's been shot.
Right there.
Shot. Lee Oswald.
Did you see it?
There is the prisoner. There is Lee. He's been shot.
Right there.
Shot. Lee Oswald has been shot.
Did you see it?
Being
Let
let
me
out
back
by,
it up. So let me explain. So when he shot, Jack Ruby bends down and his hat comes off. His hat comes off.
Captain Fritz.
Also, that's supposed to be him right there. That is the clearest you can see of his face, and that honest to God looks like someone in a mask or like makeup or something.
Yeah.
Like that honest to God looks like someone in makeup.
There is Lee.
Right here, his hat falls off, and then this guy with the bald head, who's gonna come up here and he's gonna throw a bag over his head. Don't believe me? Watch. Right here.
Shot.
Bag.
He's been shot.
Right there. Did you see it?
He's been shot.
Right there. See? You can watch his hands go up. Right over there. See? He pops up, he has no hat on, and then this guy comes up, and then they throw something over his head. See? See? He comes up, no hat on, and then this dude walks right up, throws a bag over his head, and you can watch him come up.
He's been shot.
Boom, right over his head. And then they all crowd around him and take him off.
Shot.
See?
He's been shot.
Boom, right over his head.
Shot. Lee Oswald.
And it's pure pandemonium and nobody can see what really happened. I think that that's not Jack Ruby. It's really hard to find it at an angle where you can see it, but watch.
In the basement of the courthouse, policemen, reporters, and cameramen were waiting for Oswald to come down an elevator there to the right to be transferred to another jail. A man named Ruby was waiting too. The scene began with the familiar routine of news coverage of public events. The officers come down. There goes Ruby toward Oswald. He's firing. Oswald slumps to the floor. And as he does,
watch, they push him
the
down.
Police officers beside him,
his hat comes
leap
off
upon Ruby, as we now know him to be, after the confusion had
this balding dude's gonna come from the right corner,
sorted itself out, throw him to the ground.
He has something in his hand, and see, you can clearly see his bald head popping up, right? And you can almost see the smile on this balding dude's face, and he's gonna throw a bag over his head. Watch.
Then they take him, and
clear as fucking day, you can see it.
Then they take him, and
clear as fucking day.
Then they take him and take him away from this basement and take him upstairs to a cell to be questioned. Meanwhile,
TV proved it. It's Jack Ruby. I don't know, man. I don't think so. Why would why would they throw they just have a bag there to throw over his now balding head? It's pretty weird. You see,
they take him.
You can't unsee it now, can you?
Then they take him away from this basement and take him upstairs to a cell to be questioned. Meanwhile, if you look toward the left of the picture, underneath the headlight, you will see the body of Oswald still lying there. Now they're beginning to pay attention to the man who was killed by that assassin's bullet.
Yeah, they're not paying attention to this guy. See, now when you watch it in real time, you're not going to be able to unsee it now. I forever cursed you.
This is the basement floor of the Dallas City Hall, and that's a
right
scuffle
there
on the basement floor.
Now you're never going to be able to unsee it. You're welcome. Pretty weird. Pretty weird. Oh, I don't think they fake shot him. I think they really shot him. When they bring him out, he looks pretty fucking dead. He looks pretty ghosty. Would Jack Ruby do that? Jack Ruby loved dogs. What kind of a man? He can't possibly be evil. And I'm not even the one saying that. His lawyers use that as part of his defense, that he obviously couldn't have done it because he left his beloved dachshund Sheba in the car, and he never would have done that. I'm not even making it up. That was part of his defense. Your Honor, I couldn't have done it. I love dogs too much. I would have never shot that man. I would have never left my dog in the car. So this is almost as much of a story about Ruby as it is about Oswald. So they push Ruby out in front of the cameras. He's like crying. He's like weeping. Like he can't. Like he's crying about Kennedy. Like the man's a mess.
Did you ever speak to Lee Oswald in your life? Never have. Never. I never used the term angry. That's not in my vocabulary.
What did you say about angry, Mr. Ruby?
I mean, it's not in my vocabulary, and it isn't my...
This is the word angry?
Yes, I mean, it was used constantly here with reference to how I felt. Matter of fact, I was more remorseful than angry of our loss.
Specifically, what are you referring to now? The president?
Yes. Tell us how you felt about the whole thing.
He's telling you right now. If you look at him.
I couldn't understand how a great man like that could be lost.
Can't understand how a great man like that can be lost. Those words from Ruby.
He's a mess. He's an absolute mess when like they're talking to him. And then so they take him out and they ask him, why'd you do it, Jack? And he says the reasons for my actions will never be known. The world will never know the reasons for my actions because there's too much at stake for them to know about.
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives. In other words, I'm the only person in the background that knows the truth pertaining to everything relating to my circumstances.
Do you think it'll ever come out?
No, because unfortunately, the people that had so much to gain and had such an ulterior motive for putting me in a position I'm in will never let the true facts come above board to the world.
There's too many men with too many material motives that will never let the true facts be known, and I'm the only person who knows what really happened with regard to my motives, and no one will ever know. But often overlooked or unmentioned in the motives assigned to Ruby as for why he murdered Oswald was that Ruby saw himself as a protector of his fellow Jews. When Rabbi Silverman visited Ruby in prison, Ruby told him that it wasn't just patriotism that motivated him. I did it for the Jewish people, he told the rabbi. Ruby, initially receiving a death sentence, explained this motivation during a bizarre visit with the Warren Commission in his prison cell. The Oliver Stone School of Conspiracy Theory has cherry-picked this testimony. They focus on Ruby's statements supporting a conspiracy. Frequently, and during the interview, Ruby told Chief Justice Earl Warren that his life was in danger here in Dallas and that he could only tell the truth if taken to Washington. But their most cherished statement is the following: consequently, a whole new form of government is going to take over in the country, and I won't live to see you another time. But Ruby was not warning about any military-industrial complex. For him, this new form of government was an anti-Semitic one, which was already, as he voiced in the sentence immediately preceding the cherry-pick one, engaged in exterminating the Jewish people. In other parts of his testimony, Ruby claimed this form of government had not yet arrived to its ascendancy, but was dependent upon Ruby proving that he was not part of some Jewish plot to kill Kennedy. Quote, I am being used as a scapegoat, and there is no greater weapon that you can create to use than to create some falsehood about some of the Jewish faith, especially as terrible and heinous a crime as killing of President Kennedy. I was shocked, said Silverman. I visited him one day in jail, and they said, why, Jack, why? He said, I did it for the American people. I interrupted Silverman, pointing out that other reports had Ruby saying that he did it to show that Jews had guts. The rabbi sighed and said, yes, he did mention that, Silverman said, but I don't like to mention it. I think he said I did it for the Jewish people, but I've tried to wipe that statement from my mind. Ruby's defense lawyer, William Kunstler, who claims that in his memoir that Ruby told him, quote, I did it for the Jews, repeating on several occasions, quote, I did this that they wouldn't implicate Jews. During Kunstler's last visit, Ruby handed him a note in which he reiterated that his motive was to, quote, protect American Jews from a pogrom that could occur because of anger over the assassination. But instead, when he went to trial for murdering Oswald, his defense was he did it because of insanity, because he had brain damage.
May we talk to you for a moment here? Yeah. Will you tell us what you're trying to do here?
Well, this was the bail hearing, of course, and as I said this morning, this was on the question of whether there would be the capacity for intent, the capacity for malice, or any capacity whatsoever. And this is something that's inquirable on a bail hearing, and that's the reason we wanted this man on, followed by the psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist is now in his own field, going to take up from where the clinical psychologist left off.
Well, what does malice have to do with whether or not he's let on bail?
Well, the question on bail is whether the capital punishment is a probable consequence of an act. And capital punishment can't be probable consequence of an act man doesn't know he's committed. In other words, if you are insane at the time, if you're not competent at the time, if you're in one of these fugue or one of these psychomotor epileptic states, you're unknowledgeable of what you do, then certainly there can't be capital punishment. Now, in Texas, you're bailable. if it is not a capital punishment case.
Well, would you say that Dr. Schaefer is your most important witness in this making this point, Mr. Belli?
Well, he's one of the most important so far until the next one comes out. I haven't heard him yet, but I suppose he's going to be just equally as good.
Well, this is left to the judge to determine whether or not it's likely that there will be a capital...
That's the law of Texas.
Would you describe it for us better than I did, please?
I just did. You weren't listening.
Well, would you say it again for us?
The probability of capital punishment.
So they had to determine whether or not he pled insanity, and they had to do psychiatric tests to see whether or not Ruby was aware of his actions at the time he committed the crime. And so, hang on to your hats, kids. Who was the psychiatrist who visited him to give him his psychiatric test for competency? Why, it was MK Ultra Dr. Jolly West. So one of the most famous doctors associated with MK Ultra, Jolly West, who's a whole other story, was Ruby's psychiatrist for his competency hearings. MK Ultra Dr. Jolly West, the guy who killed the elephant. Remember the time that we talked? He killed an elephant. He killed an elephant by giving it an enormous amount of LSD. He killed an The man murdered an elephant with LSD. Are you hearing what I'm saying? By the way, tease out for Tusco. The man murdered an elephant with LSD. And also, when Timothy McVeigh had his pretrial competency hearing, guess who his psychiatrist was? You already know the answer. It was Jolly West. So after Ruby sees Jolly West, he's like completely out of it. He's like making weird faces, like he's not the same person ever again after that.
What hospital did you go to, Jack?
Where?
He is just like staring
When you're
blankly.
instructed to not answer questions unless you have your attorney. Can we, well, don't ask me. When he's in my presence, you're welcome to do anything you like, and I wish that I were free to state the things I want to state. Does that satisfy you? Well, you think it'd be possible to get together with... You know Melvin Belli, you know Joe Tannehill, okay. Phil Burleson. Let's go. Thank you, Jack. Okay. Jack's a good fellow.
Whoa, weird. Yeah, no, he's completely out of it, and he's like making all of these weird faces in court. This is like... This next clip is him in court, and they're asking him a bunch of questions, and he's all over the place. He's all over the fucking place and so out of it. It's like uncomfortable. He's like crying and stuff. It's
facing God. Yet people can go on being inseparable in their feelings in love to their brother, regardless of what faith they believe in. This was proven to me in my incarceration. He's not a I will not go into that, except that he lets me believe in the origin of Genesis and all the various starting of the world, and he enlightened me to these various
parts of religion that I didn't grasp, because if you go to the synagogue or the temple,
Jack, did you get to associate with the other churches at all?
we speak, but I'm separated from them.
Treated very well by the sheriff. Treated very well by
Very well.
Decker.
I shall say this. I think of any of you writers, and I know Sheriff Decker is going to isolate me after this.
So you wouldn't want this fellow that writes the Saturday Evening Post to wish that on him, though, would you? You feel the same way about his deputies, too, don't you, Jack?
Yes. Very human. Very understanding. One of these Dallas's fortunes to have.
He's making all these weird faces, like licking his lips and like talking about Genesis and stuff. Like he's all over the place. So they find him guilty.
An historic 23 days end in a Dallas courtroom as Jack Ruby is taken in to hear the verdict in his trial for the murder of Lee Harvey Oswald, accused assassin of President Kennedy. The charge had been murder with malice, the defense insanity. The ruling that barred all cameras from the courtroom is lifted as Judge Joe B. Brown prepares to hear from the jury their decision of the case. The jurors had heard the final summations in the early morning hours, and they had deliberated for a little over 2 hours before returning to the jury box. Now, the News of the Day cameraman records the judge's words in the tense final moments of a drama that began in national tragedy last November.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have reached a verdict. May I have it, Sheriff, please? We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder with malice as charged in the indictment and assess his punishment at death. Signed, Max E. Causey Foreman. So say you all. Is that your unanimous verdict? Will all of you whose verdict that is, please hold up your right hands. All right, Sheriff, here's your prisoner. May I thank this jury for a victory for Keep your seats, please. There'll be no moving out. Don't let anybody out of the courtroom.
As Ruby is led away, the shouts of Chief Defense Counsel Melvin Belli are still heard above the excited hubbub that sweeps the courtroom.
So after he's found guilty, he's appealing the decision.
I'm handling my own. I know what I'm doing.
And his lawyers won't let him talk to the press because he keeps saying all this weird shit about how like they're his lawyers are conspiring against him and stuff.
Excuse me, you have no right. Counsel objects. I beg your pardon. So, I know, but we have to proceed first. Just a minute. I'm sorry. Mr. Dan, may we have your permission? No. No, I want you to get out of here. The Warren report never gave me the true authenticity. When I requested a polygraph test, there was a little small article in small type that stated, due to the fact that Mr. Ruby's that they feel that we cannot divulge the results of it. Why they held back the answers and to give the results, whether they're true or false, that's for you to find out. Sam, I insist upon getting this over with you. Let me please do this. I want to get this out, please, because they never released my results of my polygraph test. That was deleted from the Warren report. Why was that deleted? I don't know why. I insisted upon the polygraph right from the beginning. As a matter of fact, certain questions I created and originated that they would ask me at the time. They spent 9 hours with me at the time, and yet at the finality of the
results of the test, they stated they refused to divulge the answers that I had given, whether it's true or false, due to the fact of my mental condition.
So he's got his mental condition, and while he's out on appeal, saying all this weird stuff about it, that his lawyers are conspiring against him and all this, he develops a mysterious cancer, a mysterious fast-moving cancer of the I don't know. I'm not even kidding, because again, weird. He gets spontaneous cancer of the I don't know where.
This afternoon, after medical consultation, Mr. Ruby was taken to the operating room and under local anesthesia had a tube inserted into his right chest to allow more complete removal of the fluid. Then a lymph node biopsy was performed under local anesthesia. The lymph node revealed tumor on microscopic examination. Mr. Ruby tolerated the procedure well, and by 3:30 had returned to his room and was able to take nourishments. At this time, the source of the tumor is unknown. Early in the week, studies to determine the site will be initiated. The findings of these studies will determine his further treatment. His general condition this afternoon is considerably improved over yesterday. The question is, does Mr. Ruby have a cancerous tumor? The answer being, yes, Mr. Ruby does have a tumor which appears cancerous.
His chances of being cured are what, sir?
His chances of being cured at this time cannot be predicted because we do not know the source in his body from whence this tumor came. But remember that Arthur Godfrey, for example, had He
just had aggressive cancer of the I don't know where. So Ruby passes away from mysterious aggressive cancer of the I don't know where. So Marguerite Oswald, remember her? Remember Marguerite Oswald? She used to look like this. But then I must reiterate that she fell off of a stool or a ladder. She fell off of a ladder at work. She used to look like this, and she fell off of a ladder at work, and now she looks like this. That Marguerite Oswald, the one that used to look like this and fell off of a ladder, and now she looks like...
And now I can say something that I would have never said had he lived. I went to visit Rabbi Robert J. Schur, S-C-H-U-R. I had worked with him. I knew one case with him. And I said to Robert Schur, would you please get in touch with the rabbi, who I feel sure is seeing Jack Ruby, and without anyone knowing and without giving my name, if Jack Ruby ever asks to see this mother and to ask her forgiveness for shooting her boy, I would be most happy to come to the hospital. Whether the message was ever given, I don't know, but Jack Ruby never did ask my forgiveness in the killing of my son. However, truth will out, and Jack Ruby has left me a message. I was most kind to Jack Ruby. I said I didn't want him to go to the electric chair, that I thought he should have life imprisonment, and probably he would become a better man. And I now will help the family all I can, since they feel like things are not right in the death of...
So, Marguerite Oswald, who used to look like this and then fell off of a ladder and now looks like this. This is another weird character. Jack Ruby took anything he knew with him, just like all these other people. They're all dead now. And so everything they knew, it went with them.
Jack had been very eager to assert the completely unplanned, unpremeditated nature of his act, and that he was not part of any conspiracy involving Oswald, Tippett, or anyone else. And very briefly, in this album, he set forth that fact. His part of the album is only about 3 minutes out of the 46 minutes in the album. Most people had the notion that it was the whole album. It was only a very short part. As I understand it, the last few moments of the album.
What did he say specifically?
Specifically, he said what I have just said, that until he actually killed Oswald, he had no intention to do so. This was something done on emotion and the spur of the moment, without any thought that he'd ever be in a position to do it, without any intent that he would do it. As a matter of fact, he was blacked out, or as he said, blurred, from the moment he walked down the ramp at the police station to the time he suddenly became aware that the police were grappling with him for his gun. So that he has actually no recollection of killing Oswald. He knows he did it, I should say, knew he did it. Still hard to think of him as gone, although I did not expect him to survive.
Why do they always say the same thing? Why do they always say that they blacked out and they just can't remember? So that ties everything up in a nice little package, doesn't it? Shot the guy that shot the guy that shot the guy that shot the guy, and now everybody's shot and nobody knows, you know, who shot the shot. So what do you think, guys? I started this by asking, who is Lee Harvey Oswald? The guy, this guy, the guy who yells, "I'm just a patsy."
I'd like some legal representation, but these police officers have not allowed me to have any. I don't know what this is all about.
I killed the president.
No, sir, I didn't. People keep asking me that. Sir?
You shoot the president?
I work in that building.
Were you in the building at the time?
Naturally, if I work in that building, yes, sir.
Back up, man. Come on, man. The president?
No, they're taking me in because of the fact that I lived in the Soviet Union. I'm just a patsy.
President?
Now what do you think? Because you're never gonna look at this guy the same way ever again, I hope. Who is Lee Harvey? We'll never fucking know. There ain't nobody called Lee Harvey Oswald. He don't exist.
So I go up to Pepe's office, and what do I find out, man? What do I find out? There is no Pepe Sylvia. The man does not exist, okay? So I decided, oh, shit, buddy, I gotta dig a little deeper. There's no Pepe Sylvia. You gotta be kidding me. I got boxes full of Pepe.
I got boxes full of Pepe, and you can go to buymeaboxfulofpepe.com/mooseheaven. Techmas said, well done. Consider those dots connected. Thank you very much, Techmas. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out, sticking with that presentation. I know, anytime I do JFK stuff, it's a deep dive. But I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed seeing how wild the connections get. Wild, random. We had Porkins there for a minute. Porkins. But I do think I'm gonna close up shop now. Sanford and Son's coming on. You big belly, you shot the president! So I think I've made my case. you could just tug a little bit on this Lee Harvey Oswald thing and a lot of weird stuff starts falling out. But thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it, guys. For those of you that stuck in the entire time, what are you doing with your lives now? Thank you. Appreciate it. In the pursuit of truth, trust no one. I'll see you next time. I don't know when that'll be. Scheduling. I'll let you know. But until then, there's only one way we can end this thing. With a sing-along.
A song about a great guy who used to live across the street from me in Dallas, and I just found out the fact he flew into Helsinki before he defected to Russia. It's an old friend of mine. You know him, you love him, Lee Harvey Oswald. Yeah, we took care of that guy down there in Dallas. They say he shot the president. I don't think he did. Yeah! Oh, booze and towels. Oh. Got some nice people here in Finland.